This conference will now be recorded.
All right, everybody, welcome to the June 13th, 2024 Ennis Town Commission meeting. We'll begin with roll call of the council. Mr. Abernathy.
Here.
Mr. Way.
Here.
Mrs. Hankins. Here. Palmerton.
Here.
And Mr. Hardy.
Here.
We'd all stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and next is the approval of the May 9th meeting minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion, corrections, or additions? Seeing no additions or corrections, call on the vote. Mr. Abernathy.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
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 All right, now on to department reports. Karen. I didn't even see yours.
All right. Good evening, everybody. First of all, do you have any questions about the written report that I submitted? Okay, thank you. So I just want to highlight a couple of things and express some appreciation for a couple of things. First of all, Public Works. I just want to thank them. I have a lot of gratitude for them working hard and keeping our properties, our town properties, in really nice looking condition for the summer. Yeah, they do a great job, and you can just tell how much effort they put in. It's appreciated. And the other thing I want to give a shout out to is our library staff. So this summer, so far, we are 25% ahead of where we were last year in use. And we have an amazing staff, and we're really lucky to have them. They are hopping. They are accommodating. They're intelligent. They're able to help everyone that comes in the door. And again, we're very lucky to have them. A lot of credit goes to Bailey and Melissa. I just want to highlight our summer reading program. This summer, starting on Friday with a bike parade. Thank you, Corey Hardy, for being there. Bailey has put together an amazing summer reading program, not limited to, but including story times every Fridays. Books and Babies will continue, games for teens, stop motion, not photography, but with iPads for up to, so actually grades 3 and up, and it's 4 weeks in July. We still have chess club, open Legos. We have reading incentives this summer. And we also just booked 2 other programs that I want to highlight because they're for all ages, and everyone in this room would love them. So we have a storyteller from Humanities Montana coming down to give adults and youth and tween workshops with an event kind of like they've been having at the theater over the summer. But this gentleman, that's his life's work, is teaching people how to tell stories. And it should be wonderful. And the other thing that we just booked for the summer for all ages is a graphic arts workshop. I guess the easiest way to explain that is comic book illustration, but for all ages. So I just want to encourage you all to check that out. And if you have the time, please come on down. It'll be great. Again, any questions? Short and sweet tonight. Thank you all.
We have a law enforcement report. Any questions or comments? Public Works report.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I don't have much more to add than what was in my report also, but thanks, Karen. I appreciate the comment about the grass. This guy's been busy mowing grass these days. If there's anything you got other than what's in my report, go ahead and ask.
Any questions for Eric? All right, moving on. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if it's for Eric, but claims, there's something in here for 4050 from June. Is it supposed to be in this month?
Let's wait for claims, but Eric, can you hold on for claims? Because we have a question for.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll be here. We got lots
Okay.
to do. All right.
Okay.
And just so,
Zoning. Oh. All right, Susie, you're up.
Well, I did prepare reports, but I printed it off and I just looked at it and it's April. So, I guess I'll just wing it. I can't tell you how many permits I did, but I will email it to you tomorrow, the correct one, so you know. I did pretty much finish the project, the 24 properties. There's one property still in question, and I think Nikki will probably talk about that. All the others have been either corrected or were never anything wrong with them. There's 2 properties left that are not annexed into town. They probably don't need to be annexed in. They are surrounded by town property, but that's something probably for the future that if the town wishes, they probably could fight off that can of worms. But we're still working in court, getting all of the files scanned into the computer. That's almost completed. And that's pretty much it. We did 2 T&Ds this month. 2 of them that are supposed to be here on for tonight's agenda. One's the only one we're gonna hear. And I just got a conditional use permit today, so that'll probably be on for, I don't know if it'll make July's or not, but try it out. So, anybody have any questions for me?
Yes.
Okay.
What are the 2 properties that are surrounded?
Ooh,
Are they me?
they are not you.
Okay.
Are you surrounded? Maybe there's 3.
What I've been talking to you about for.
Oh, are you talking about this little section over here? Yeah, no, I'm not even going there. That's not one of them. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, to the clerk's report.
And have I written?
Any questions?
You have a new employee?
Yep, I was going to introduce her after you guys were done if you had anything to ask. Everybody, meet Brenna. This is Brenna Bench. She's been with us about 3 weeks now, doing great. She learns fast.
That's great.
Any other questions for clerk treasurer's report?
Did we get the audit findings?
Just yesterday. So they did not make this meeting.
So we'll have them on the 20,
Here.
We'll have them on the 27th meeting,
We'll have to, I'll defer to the
Possibly.
mayor.
possibly. I don't know if we're having a meeting on the 27th.
Okay.
I'm not saying we need to have another meeting. Don't say that.
All right, any other questions for clerk?
Is Maria staying with us?
We're in our training zone and then working on a proposal for that, that I will have ready for you for budget
Okay,
and review.
thank you.
All right. Legal.
Good evening, everyone. James Greenbaum. Just keep it short and sweet. Just plugging away on the criminal court, working with Susie on some issues regarding possible annexation to clarify ownership or, the taxes on that property. And other than that, I mean, if you read the law enforcement report, my responsibility is to prosecute all those cases and work with the court and the court clerk, try to get any of those older cases resolved that they're finding. And we're just plugging along, and I think we're making some good headway on all those issues.
All right, thank you. Claims. Nikki, fire away. It's the same one I had. So Eric, there is a claim for 4050 and it's for work done in September of 2023. Can you clarify?
The invoice on this says 6/6/24.
June.
Yeah, but on the work thing, it says, doesn't it say
September
September
23.
2023?
No, that invoice was for, we had a water main break on 3rd. Well, not a break. We found a leak. And also that was, and then there was a sinkhole right around the corner that we also fixed this week or last week.
Okay, so it was for the work done
Yeah.
recently, even though it says September of 2023.
Yes.
So is that just a typographical error then?
Yeah, one says alley sinkhole and other says leak on 3rd, something like that. Yeah.
But since it's invoiced in June, shouldn't it be in next month's packet?
You can invoice them as long as it's 4 claims. Any other questions on claims?
We got some new computers this month for, we had that in the budget. We were planning on doing that. Okay.
Additions for.
I had a question. I'm not sure what page it's on. It's probably page 3 or 4 or something like that. But Titan Construction, it just says grade town streets.
In the packet, it's broke down. It's broke down more by detail. It's got the clay that they brought in, the grading itself, the man hours for that, the water truck, and the roller.
Does it also say where?
It was pretty much all of our dirt streets.
Pretty close. We
Pretty close.
added 25 loads to the roads. Next year we got 2 more roads we're going to do the same thing to, just to get some material back on them so we can start working with them.
Other questions?
I did. So how much did we budget for Eric's sheds for public works? That was gonna come from Where, how did we do that one again? Like, what did we
We
budget that one? How did we do
Did
that?
that via budget amendment from our building fund that we get from rent was portion of it. And then a portion from water and a portion from sewer.
Okay. I was just, yeah,
I don't have the numbers in front of me, the resolution that we did.
yeah, I couldn't remember how much we had budgeted for it. I've got that sheet here. The total came to 12,503.
But the
That
total
was half down. That's just a deposit. On the shed.
on the shed, but then it's more than the half.
If you want to say 28,000.
I wanted to say different. Because there's $5,000 for the pad itself and then increased insulation and wiring was the total. So that's half the shed, but we need the concrete pad, the insulation, and electrical.
We should have the pad this coming week. And shortly after that, the building dropped off.
I don't know, I guess I got it. It's dead. Any other questions?
Yeah, one question. Madison River excavation for a sewer line repair, is that, where was it? What sewer line? Where was that?
Eric,
Behind, that one went
Uh,
behind Thurston Insurance. And what happened is just the roots came in around a clean out that nobody even knew was back there. And there's no reason for it to be back there. So we had to cut that out, pull the roots out and fix that.
any other questions?
I guess I have questions on, there seems to be a lot of like vehicle parts ordered from Amazon. Who's installing all that stuff?
It's split. Which ones are you?
There's been some shocks and some shock absorbers, one for the charger, one for the car, it looked like.
No, there's two sets of shocks for the charger that were purchased. There's also an invoice to Ennis Auto Parts for installing them. The first set was actually wrong because it's a PD version. They're special. The dealership says they are no longer available to purchase them anywhere else online. The best price that we could find was $542.30 for the original ones. So there's a police forum, and Officer Moore asked that forum if there was a substitute, and that's where he came up with those that were installed at a price of $220 for the pair rather than dealership cost. The lowest it was going to be was $543 a piece.
Question. Next month, could we possibly get a, where we are actual compared to budget?
When I run checks tomorrow,
Uh-huh.
I'll send you one.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
I'll put it out on the share drive.
Great.
Thank you.
I move to approve claims.
I'll second that.
All right. Any other discussion? Calling the vote.
Aye.
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 All right, public comment on non-agenda items.
My name is Carla Smith, Town of Ennis business owner. I received my business license renewal in the mail, and I noticed there's an additional page that requires a notary. I've been to several meetings, haven't ever heard of this being brought up, and wondered who made this decision to add this second page, and who determined the verbiage that was used on the second page. I would also like to know tonight if there is an update on the letter that was sent to the Attorney General by the town attorney, who I have found out that does not currently have a signed contract with the town. I'd like to know if that letter has been retracted and an apology offered to those that were inaccurately represented. I would also like to know when Mayor Haas plans on listening to our commissioners. I understand there's things that were asked to be on the agenda and in the packet that are not done. I also understand that Commissioner Way has asked numerous times for department heads to attend meetings, and we still have one that is not showing up nor made to show up, and all the other department heads make an effort to be here in person, online, even if it is an inconvenience. And although, again, he doesn't have a current signed contract, why Mr. Greenbaum doesn't show up to these meetings in person. I know one of the previous contracts did say that the attorney was supposed to show up to the monthly meetings. I think that would help solidify and let him better understand who is speaking, so that he is not inaccurately accusing people of saying things that they're not saying. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jess Pendleton, and I have Fiona Zarubica here with me tonight. We are here from Headwaters RC&D in Butte. You may or may not be familiar, but Headwaters is our region's local economic development organization. So we're here tonight just to talk about the programs and services that we have to offer. If you or anyone you may know could use them, we've got a small business development center which can help with the business plan, grant writing assistance, marketing assistance. There are other things tailored specifically to the business. We do have a revolving loan program. It operates primarily as gap financing or financing that may not otherwise be available. We have a brownfields program and a food and ag development center. So if you or anyone that you may know that may need assistance, I encourage you to check out our website, or I do have some handouts here that are just kind of an overview of the programs that we offer. So I'll start these here. If you'd like one, take one. If not, just pass them along. Is there any questions?
It's probably in that, but what's your website?
It's headwatersrcd.org.
RCD?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Her name is Kelly Sullivan. Yeah. So prior to her being the executive director, she had a different role. I can't remember what it was, but I think she's coming up either on year 1 or year 2 as executive director.
Did you talk to Ennis Chamber to get your information out to them as well?
I believe our marketing director has, but I will double check and just make sure that it's posted there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming all the way down.
What's that?
Thank you for coming all the way down.
Yes, no problem.
Just to add to what she said, we do indeed provide counseling and business advising services, and I am the business advisor in Butte, and I welcome anybody who not only has an idea, an entrepreneur, a startup, or perhaps wants to build on the business they already have and maybe wants to make some improvements or extend something into a new direction. We have the capacity to offer all kinds of help and support and coaching, and to help a person put in line what's possible, how they can structure it, make their business plan, and make it a reality for themselves. So we welcome everybody to come on in, and it's a very confidential situation. Whatever you talk to me about stays with me, and your business can be supported to the extent that you would like to have it supported. So please don't hesitate. I'll see you later.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
ladies.
Hi, I'm John Hauk. I'm on the Pickleball Association, of which we now have 121 members. I am also on the Pickleball Court Construction Committee, and we have been trying to locate a spot to build at least 4 pickleball courts. Since we have so many people now interested in this community, we're getting pretty crowded out there now. We play, as you have already been briefed by Cindy, our pickleball president, that we play on some pretty ratty looking pickleball courts by the high school. They were abandoned basketball courts, and the concrete's cracking and the balls are going haywire, making it quite a challenge for us to play. So I want to thank the city and Commissioner John Way for graciously suggesting that we look at the city lot where the 2 water wells have been located. I've provided a drawing. We have a kind of an in-house engineer to Commissioner Way, so that we can relay this to, I guess, Great West Engineering to look at the feasibility of us being able to put the pickleball courts on that lot. The limiting obstruction right now, there are 2 water wells, and from what I understand with the DEQ folks, we're not allowed to build within 100 feet of the well. Well, in our drawings, we are 98 feet. So hopefully we can get a variance from DEQ to build closer to the well. I did speak with a water engineer a week or so ago. Actually, it was this week. And he said there have been examples of where DEQ has allowed people to deviate from that 100-foot restriction. For example, the Family Dollar stores, not this one here, but in other cities, have actually have a water well right in the middle of their parking lot, which is well within the sewer lines of their bathrooms and their buildings. So we're hopeful that DEQ will give us the variance that we need. And the purpose today is just to let you know that's what we're trying to do. And we are waiting to hear from you all from Great West Engineering. I know they're busy. When they can tell us, have had a chance to tell us the feasibility of us building in that lot. Any questions? Cindy, have you got anything to say?
Just that June 8th of last year was the day that the city gave us permission to build pickleball courts in Lions Park. A whole year has gone by. We're anxious to start fundraising for that. And so as soon as we hear from Great West Engineering, whether we can build there or not, and if the town approves us to be able to build there, we're anxious to get started with fundraising for that. And we certainly appreciate your consideration and the work that you've done already, John.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Before the pickleball court, it was a dog park. Whatever happened with the dog park?
I'll speak on that later when it's my turn.
Okay, so it was dog park, and then after the dog park, it was pickleball courts over there by the ball courts. And I think from what I'm hearing is now you want to move the pickleball courts elsewhere. And I think that's probably because this pump track or whatever, probably got to
Well, hopefully.
want to go into that
Brandon
area.
could probably answer that more than anything. There was a spot there that would be ideal for pickleball courts, but Lions have other ideas about it, so I guess Karina, you'll.
We'll wait
We'll
till
find out.
the Lions, it'll all
Okay.
tie into
All
Lions
right,
Club.
fair
I
enough.
think it'll come around.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, public comment on non-agenda items. Anything from online? Oh.
I think I'm on.
Have we agreed to give this property to the pickleball court?
Eric, it's
I mean,
public
that
comment
is-
on Eric, this is Mayor Haas. This is public comment on non-agenda. It's
Oh,
not on the agenda, so that means it's not currently discussion, and we'll form a plan and then make it a discussion. All right, Mr. Myron.
Okay. Myron Walmo, Ennis, Montana. Okay. I'm a firm believer in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and the town codes. I'm also concerned with the feeling that I get that Ennis is on the verge to implode within. After the unauthorized letter to the Montana AG was introduced in the last commission meeting, it is obvious that this community's attorney is oblivious to all of the above. If you recall my comments of the past year, this document sounds like a rerun of those comments only in a 180-degree context. It might sound like the creator of this document is now trying to rectify the toxic environment that was created. Think about the past year's unauthorized actions of inappropriate language while negotiating the sheriff's MOU, constant badgering of the town commission members, threats made on town commission members, First Amendment rights, the unauthorized request for the 500-page document drop that produced nothing, and none of these actions were authorized by the governing body of the duly elected town commission. In reference to a statement in an email that the community attorney expounded on, stated the mayor is authorized to negotiate contracts. The mayor is not authorized to negotiate contracts, but is authorized to appoint an advisory panel to proceed with negotiation. For those of you not familiar with the town codes, you can find them at the town Ennis website, at which time the contract is in drafted form and it is brought to the duly elected town commission body to be put on the agenda for debate and vote. So I'm wondering, who is in charge of this community? I understand that the local police officer was involved in a vehicle accident. My concern is, was standard operating procedures followed? Was the officer suspended pending investigation? Was the officer given a drug test? Was the officer examined by medical personnel after the accident? These procedures are essential in the event that the community is brought into legal actions. Does the elected body of the town commission have control of this community? Or a couple of employees who just run amok, causing this community the undeserved embarrassment that is constantly exposed? I also know that the majority of you have businesses. So would you sit and allow outside influences dictate the flow of your business if it was causing havoc within? It's time to take the bull by the horns and reestablish your positions as the duly elected officials of the town commission and do the job that you were elected for. You were elected for an important reason. Rein in this lack of accountability, make this a community for the citizens to believe in. So these failures in your midst must be replaced by vetted, competent people to achieve that goal that you're elected for. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Ketchu, Library Director. I want to just ask the Commission for focus on one area, one crosswalk in town. I'm talking about the crosswalk, and right now I'm blanking out on the addresses. The one that crosses on the block from the library to the real estate office. 2nd Street. Thank you. We've had discussions on traffic safety and sidewalk safety in the past, which ended up circular, in my opinion. And so I had my first close call of the season in that crosswalk. And I just watched 2 kids on their bikes have a close call in that crosswalk. I'm asking you to consider high visibility flags for people to grab when they cross the street. You've talked about lights, we've talked about a variety of things. I'm just asking for one actionable item to help pedestrians crossing in one spot. Thank you.
Good evening. For those that don't know me, my name is Lisa Roberts. I am a longtime resident of Ennis and a former town commissioner of 6 years. During my tenure, what I valued most about local government was our collective ability to set aside personal agendas and work towards the best interest of the town, its residents, and our greater community. However, I am deeply concerned about our current political landscape here in Town Hall. The mayor, along with select employees and a contract consultant, continues to obstruct the town commission, impeding their ability to perform legislative duties and resolve important issues. A prime example is the memorandum of understanding with the Sheriff's Department. Despite being a critical issue, it remains unresolved 1 year later. Instead of finding a solution, the situation has been escalated by the mayor acting on ill advice from the town attorney. In my opinion, the attorney has taken on the role of personal advocate rather than acting in the town's best interest, and has even harassed town commissioners attempting to resolve this very important issue. Moreover, the mayor has been acting unilaterally in determining the agenda, ignoring commissioners' requests, and lacking transparency on topics that should be considered by the town commission. This behavior undermines the democratic process and hinders effective governance. The mayor is also failing in employee management. This year's audit cost the town an additional $6,000 over budget due to incomplete preparatory work by a town employee. After years of recurring audit findings, the Montana Department of Local Government is now sending representatives to train employees who have been in their positions for nearly 2 decades. Additionally, the mayor's failure to honor a verbal maternity agreement led to the loss of a valuable employee, leaving the position open for nearly 18 months. The mayor has allowed employees to publicly threaten town commissioners and private citizens without consequence, and fails to enforce the policies outlined in the employee handbook. While I believe everyone makes mistakes, it is crucial to learn from them. After last year's disastrous budget meetings, where meetings were improperly noticed and the budget remained unadopted for several months, there has been no proactive discussion about this year's budget. The needle has not moved. We are in the same exact position that we were last year. One of the town's biggest accomplishments, and I was lucky enough to have it during my tenure. I believe Commissioner Hardy was a part, and maybe Commissioner Palmerton, not exactly sure on the timing, was the transfer of the ambulance service to the Madison County Medical Center. This decision was ridiculed by the mayor, who was a member of the ambulance service at the time, both publicly and privately, and she still laments this decision to this day. And we'll listen to anybody that is, or we'll tell anybody who is willing to listen. I want to report on the Madison Valley Medical Center ambulance. It just won in May 2024 Montana Department of Health and Human Services Emergency Services of the Year. They now provide integrated community health services, and they also work in the emergency room. Holding on, we need leadership that adapts and evolves with our growing community. We can't hold on to positions just because they've always been there. Our community is changing, and that is the leadership that we need. It is imperative that we address these leadership and governance issues to ensure effective and a transparent management of our town. And I'm hoping that comes with the local government review that was just approved by the voters. And I urge the mayor and all involved parties to prioritize the interest of Ennis and its residents. One other side note, we pay nearly $40 an hour for IT services, and our website has been updated for the worse. I don't know if anyone else has used the current system, but you can't get it on a mobile device. And the Sterling codifiers system that was once there is no longer there, making it virtually impossible to look up town codes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Public comment on non-agenda items. All right. Last call for public comment on non-agenda items. All right. Closing public comment on non-agenda items and moving on to unfinished business. Lead service line inventory. It'll be on there all the way until October. Public Works has been out. It's been on the board, and spread the word to your neighbors. Those were sent out. Some of them made it circularly into a filing system that nobody knew about. So we're trying to rouse the last bit of them. We're halfway circular into the garbage system. A lot of them made it there. So Eric's doing it. No, I mean, when people got them, they didn't know what they were for.
Even though the envelope was stamped on the outside.
We get a lot of stuff.
Sensitive information. Presentation matter.
We get those all the time.
We are closing in 50% return at this point. Maybe we were like at 20 to 25 last month, so we're making some good headway.
So again, those that aren't turned in, this is a federal requirement, and it says that if your line is not identified, your service line, then it's assumed to be lead, and then you are mandated to replace. So we're trying to get those in so that we're preventing unneeded costs to the homeowners for that replacement of line. All right, that's where that's at. So tell your neighbors, ask your neighbors. It's a nice fence conversation. Did you turn in that piece of paper? Can I help you out? Can I send the public works staff to help you out to get that finished up?
Question on that, is Public Works going around and completing some?
Some of them, like if somebody's not able or it's just confusing. There's instructions in there, but still galvanized lead, it's metal, I don't know. So we're making phone.
Those that haven't been identified, they'll go.
All right, Sheriff's MOU update is on here. I still haven't received any response from the proposed letter that we sent to the Sheriff's Office for additional dispatch services. Did work on refining the AG letter as to property tax values and how those are assessed and what's contributed from the Ennis General Fund from the Ennis proper into the county general fund. As a clarification, what else am I missing? I met with Way and Hardy to see if there was anything else that they wanted to be included in that.
This time.
So the letter has not been corrected and resent to
No.
the Attorney General? It will come before the council though, before it does. Right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, so
Okay.
Okay. City Attorney Contract Committee met with Commissioner Hankins and Commissioner Palmerton. I had some budgetary concerns about some of our new proposals, but I think today, actually, I got a new answer as to how to solve that in a different contract. So we'll be meeting and should have something for, I'd like to schedule a meeting for the 27th to vote and on that contract. So I'll send that update to you. And then I think it kind of clarifies any budgetary concerns that I had for contract.
Okay. Well, technically the town is not represented right at this time. So am I able to send that or hand this out to the commissioners? It's a contract that was drawn up by an attorney that's interested in the position.
It's not in the packet. Let's put them in the packet, but that's a contract. I pulled multiple contracts. There were some with issues that I had even with those. And I think now that I've seen, Ginger sent me 2 today that were out on the listserv. I sent it out on the mayor's listserv to see what other contracts were and what they look like, trying to meld something into a clearer representation.
I have Ed Guza and he has a prosecutor that is ready to jump on board. And since the town's not legally or technically represented right now, it's kind of a liability for him to be working on anything without a signed and dated renewal.
Right, so we should have one that's proper with your guys' approval, from the committee approval, by the 27th.
Decide whether or not where you want to go before you have a contract.
I would think so.
So to be clear, on the 27th, we are going to have a option A and option B.
Yes.
To choose from.
You may choose. My biggest concerns were budgetary. And now that, again, I've seen examples of another contract, because there's this unknown in how to budget for what the next piece is. And it's going to affect a large portion of the budget. I think I finally found a way in how it's worded so that we know exactly how the budget's going to lie out. Does that make sense?
Is the committee going to be involved in in the new drafting of them?
Yes.
Or are we just going to see it on the 27th?
No, I just got those today. I sent you an email I didn't send one to Commissioner Palmerton, but that I had a new piece to work on.
Yeah, I didn't receive that email.
Can you confirm that we are not legally?
There's no
represented
legal,
right now?
there's no contract in action, no.
So we're unrepresented until the next meeting?
We're not unrepresented, we just don't have a contract with her. I mean, he's billing us hourly at this point, correct?
Correct.
Do you feel that not having a contract with an independent contractor employee leaves us open to some sort of liability at this time?
There's always potential liability. There are several towns that don't have any legal representation other than like at the moment when they need it, they seek it. The town did go multiple rounds. Well, what was it? The contracts are supposed to be renewed every 2 years and they were not renewed. Mr. Greenbaum's was not put on the agenda to be renewed that I could find for a period of 3 years, 4 years. And he continued representing the town without a contract that had been renewed or voted on. So,
How is what he's paying based? What are you referencing that to?
on the previous contract.
Maybe the elephant in the room, but isn't someone who's responsible for contracts for the town? You know that is working on the non-contracts.
For the last 2 years.
2 or 3?
2022 is when the minutes reflect that the council approved it.
Maybe.
Last time it was asked a question, Google. I like it for that.
I understand that we're being charged hourly. And I understand that our attorney we have not had a contract with him in place for, God, you said 2 years now?
No, we renewed the contract because we voted on it. But prior to that, it had actually been missed in renewals. So he went 4 years without that I can find.
All right, so his current contract expires when?
It expired. So we voted on it in April of 2022. So April of 2024.
So it was a 2-year term.
Signed dated contract renewal.
It was a 2-year term, correct? And so ended in April. So I don't know. I just worry about the liability. I mean, I know in my business, not even a fishing guide works without a signed contract. That just says, the agreement, you're going to provide X for Y. And I worry about that. I mean, not just with our attorney, but anybody that we hire as a town that's not an employee should have an agreement in place. So, if it's in writing, that's how it's laid out. I just worry about that at this point.
Would you like to?
How much did that cost us?
$750. $750.
There's no discussion about.
So we are going to vote on this on the 27th, which is
Correct.
2 weeks away. And at that point, we're going to have option A, Mr. Greenbaum, option B, possibly a new attorney, correct? And variations of contracts for both. What is there prosecution between now and then that Mr. Greenbaum needs to do? Is there work for, civil that he needs to do between now and then? That we need an attorney for?
There's no civil. As far as prosecution, court was held last Monday, and there won't be another one until July.
All right, so
no.
really, there's nothing for him to do between now and then.
Correct.
once a month.
And he won't be sending any unauthorized letters to the Attorney General or to any of the commissioners.
It's a button based to ask why wasn't it on this?
Right.
There were quite a few things that were requested that were not put on this agenda.
Yeah, I guess I would say I would echo that we definitely need like a working agreement right now, whether it's the existing old contract would act as that, or if we get maybe an email that just states this is what our plan is. So.
Could we still contract on a as-needed basis though between now and the time we have a signed contract, correct?
It's up to you.
How much he's gonna bill
If
us
something comes
for
up.
it.
All you have
Well-
to do is get
How much he's
a
gonna bill
document
for
that
it.
extends the expiration date
guess-
of the contract to 27th of June.
Right.
Does it need to be, Mr. Green? This is what I'm saying. Because it could be, or it could not be. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would-
Oh, wait, I don't know if I can help in any way, shape, or form. I don't know the new information that you have. But what I was going to present you guys with is option A, which is a new attorney and new prosecution. Option B, Mr. Greenbaum, with new defined roles and scope. Get that in. And then the other option that we had talked about was a hybrid, where we have another person to represent us, and then he does prosecution. But I still have to look at the new information. But that's kind of what we were going to bring to you guys. But we're going to try and figure out, what we're going to try and figure out is the numbers so that we can clarify it for you. Because you need to have that information.
We need apples and apples, yeah.
Yes. I don't know if that helps in any way, shape, or form. But I do know that we are currently not represented. But if we don't need him right now, then it can be as an as-needed basis, should something arise. Are we all in agreement with that?
That should be a contract too, though.
I'm like, how would I do that? Because it would be how would I mean, if there's an as needed to contact you,
but
to authorize, and then, but then it's a quorum decision. You see what I'm saying? So,
Say cut ties until the 27th, until we can vote.
okay. Or
It's just me.
What do you guys think? Do you guys want to be unrepresented until the 27th? And then we can all come together as a quorum and decide.
I'm fine with that. Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, probably should have a motion just to be safe, right?
Mhm.
Do we need a motion?
there's,
It doesn't say vote.
Right.
So we don't need a motion. We're just under that agreement. Is that correct?
I think, or maybe just an understanding for the interim that you have to have like some sort of agreement on a time and material basis.
So we can't have a motion because it's not on, why?
Well, it is on the agenda.
Yeah.
It is on
technically
the agenda. It just says update.
on the contract
Right.
itself, so.
What does that open us up to as a town that there's not been a contract for 14 months?
No, just,
There was never a signed contract
April of
Renewed,
last year.
and renewed in 2021 or 2022. There's no signed dated contract renewal.
And letters go out on his own and what does that look like for us as a town?
And Nikki, have you seen his last contract?
Mhm.
Okay.
So do you wish to have, I guess, current options, like for now, is to have nothing until the 27th? Extend current contract to the 27th? Or a pre-approved, just, I don't know, or you could give me a different.
You said didn't you say there were some other towns that you know that don't
There are
have,
some.
legal representation under contract, right? So how do they survive? Is it on like an
I guess, let me
as
put that, there's a lot of
required,
towns
as
that are like in the varies, we're on the edge of 1,000. These are more like
400, 300?
smaller towns.
Okay.
Less than half of our size.
So what do you want to do, guys? I think we just let it ride to the 27th and agree on a new plan of action then.
I agree. I don't foresee anything happening in the next 2 weeks.
I think that's probably a good plan. Anything else, I just feel like anything else is going to muddy the waters even more.
I think so too.
Okay.
What about things he's working on?
It'll just, yeah. Is that right? He won't
Correct.
be working on it.
That's what you decided.
No letters to attorney generals.
I would agree with
Or our
that.
commissioners.
Nothing for 2 weeks.
Yep, that would be what I would say. Do we need to make a motion on that?
I'm just gonna send an email.
You probably should.
Yeah.
All right, this is John Way for the record. I move that at this time, until we have a contract in place, that our current attorney to not work until we have a current contract in place, whether it be with him or somebody new. And that's going to be done on the 27th at our next scheduled meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any discussion?
The only thing would be if we have a meeting on the 27th, our next scheduled meeting. That work?
I'd still like to pass these out to the commissioners so they can maybe look at them and see if there's
So that
anything
they're
they'd like
prepared.
tweaked, so they can be involved in the contract. Is that illegal? We can ask for it to be put in the agenda, but can we be sure it's gonna go on there or in the packet?
We did that with the MOU for how many months?
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the table right now.
And then the other question was asked. So any other discussion? Hankins?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Who seconded
I
I
did.
think
Yeah, she did.
I made
Wayne
the
made the
motion.
motion.
Somebody
You
over
made
here.
the motion and then she seconded it. She beat me to it. I guess I don't know if the question was answered. Can she hand out those?
It's not part of the current packet.
Okay, we'll just hope it's in the next packet. That doesn't really get us anywhere. We'll make a motion. I'd like to.
You can do it after the meeting. You can make a motion that that be included for your next
Yeah.
meeting where you're discussing.
Yep.
Well, it should be, because that's option B, option C.
I
Yeah.
mean, you'd think, but I've asked for stuff to be in the agenda and in the packet and it doesn't happen.
Well, we can put it on scheduled matters addressed.
That's exactly where I was gonna go with that, Corey. I was like, well, let's put it under unscheduled matters, but I honestly believe that you guys should have the information prior to, because it seems like we get our packets on Tuesday and we have a meeting on Thursday,
it's not
and
nearly
you
enough
guys,
time.
it's a lot to process. You need to be able to go through it. That's why I kind of would like you guys to have the information prior to 2
I mean,
weeks.
if you're worried about it, you can always make a motion that this stuff is included for the 27th and it is distributed to council members at least 1 week ahead of time.
Yeah, I think that's,
That's a fairly
Okay.
simple motion.
thank you, Sean.
Moving on to scheduled matters.
We need
Oh.
to,
So moved. Yeah.
I thought they were doing it in scheduled.
do we want to do it? Let's just do it now, because we're under the attorney contract.
Yep.
It's part of our update. I do make a motion to have the attorney contracts that we have and what you have in the packet.
And this. And the email that was written to me alone on May 24th. All included in next month's or next agenda.
A week prior to the decision.
Put a timeline on there for me. A week out?
Yes, it has to be in our packets a week before.
I'll second that
prior.
motion.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Discussion. For the 20th. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Discussion? Any other? All right, Palmerton.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
All right. All right, to scheduled matters. We were given a temporary use permit for 300 Clark Avenue, submitted by applicant Steve Barbier. So it has to have an approval from the council according to town code. So you can't live in a camper by town code. And they are doing sheetrocking. Is that what I'm saying? Susie got the permit. Maybe you should do the introduction on this. But basically, we can give them a temporary permit so that they can use their camper to live in while they're reworking the inside of their house.
That's correct.
That's
100% what it is.
okay.
Is there a drop dead date on it?
That was my
July
question.
They're good for a
15th.
year.
They're good. Yeah.
But even if he says on there that through July 15th, and he'll be done on July 15th, if he's
Still
not
good
done.
for a year, that's just how they are, but he'll be done before then, I'm sure.
So technically he could park there for a year though?
Well, you can park a camper on residential lot, you just can't live in it. So you can leave his camper parked there.
Right.
You can read this stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is.
I saw that. I don't know what this is.
It is some definite kind of scribble.
Yeah.
Just look in the top left for the dates.
You can park it, but you can't live in it?
Yeah.
You can't use it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a RV like most people do, you can
Like
have,
an older home that's sitting in.
yeah, you can have it sitting on your property.
Unless you have a use permit. Right?
No,
No.
no, not at all. So if I have an RV and go camping on the weekend, I can leave it parked and
Right, but you can't, if you have someone come in or you want someone to stay in it, you can get a conditional use permit.
Temporary.
That's exactly what she
Apply
just,
for one.
But
yes.
isn't there a limit for, this is a
That's what she just said.
special circumstance because they're,
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, for construction. You can't just be like, I'm gonna rent out my camper.
They can, you know, they
Yeah.
can apply for it, you can deny it.
So like
exactly what Steve, what
We
Susie
issued
just said.
temporary use permits in the past for people
Exactly.
that.
Are doing, mostly it's home repair.
Residents, yes.
And it was due to hardship was the previous one that we did.
Yes, their house flooded or something.
Yeah. So is this one like a hardship issue or what are we dealing with here? Are they
It's
gonna
not
actually?
hardship, it's just house isn't complete. there's, so they're just sleeping in the RV while it's under construction on the inside.
I see what you're saying.
It
Right.
doesn't have to be a hardship for it. We did, I think Madison.
Valley Tradesman, yeah.
They did that one, the hardship one. We've done several. I mean, it's up to you, but I don't think it has to be a hardship to apply for.
But there is no actual expiration date on this contract.
It's 1 year.
1 year.
I think the trailers actually was gone today.
It
But
was.
they're landscaping there now, so I don't know if that's why it's been moved or not.
I don't know, technically it says.
And on here, it says from 5/10 to 7/15. So he's already been doing this since, for a month now?
Yes. He has, he has. I don't know how to explain it. Basically, we saw him doing it. I went over and talked to him and said, "You can't live in here." He's like, "Well, I'm just sheetrocking." So between myself and Officer Moore, if he'd applied, the timing for the council, I mean, if we would have seen him living in this the day before the council meeting, it would only been 1 day. But as the way the meeting fell, it's been that long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At least
Is there,
with that, you have some kind of a handle. So the project is going to be completed and they're gonna quit living in it. Unlike the stuff down there by us that's got tieback half on, half off, that's been there for years.
That's
All
a
right.
different
So
discussion.
let's just do this way, guys. This is John Way for the record. I move to approve the temporary use permit until the end of July. He says 7/15, we'll give him to the end of July to complete his construction.
Susie, where did you get the 1 year statement? Okay, so does it say it has to be a year? It says, okay.
That's it. Yep.
It can be up to a year,
Yeah.
but not to exceed. So that's.
To the end of July.
I second that.
Any discussion?
So it's more of a convenience than, it's not a hardship, it's a
No
convenience.
one's, yeah.
Instead of like staying at the hotel, staying at the camp.
Or parking down at the,
Right.
yeah.
I don't think it's feasible for it to stay in any hotel for that long time. This time of year.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it's accurate, the guy's building his house, he's putting in he wants to stay in his camper for a month while he gets a drywall set up. I say let him do it as long as it's not, as long as it's for a month.
All right.
Aye. Craig.
Aye.
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 All right. I need to sign that. Moving on, next item is the major site plan review of the Double Buck LLC. They've submitted a zone sign permit application to allow for construction, retail, and office building consisting of an accounting office and a gym. This major site plan review has been before the Ennis Planning Board. Susie will give the staff report and maybe our council or planning board rep can go over recommendations review from the planning board.
So the staff report, it's in the T&D overlay. The site map it's the lot behind the Family Dollar, north of the old grocery store. The lot size is 88,122 square feet. Lot coverage will be 20%. Landscaping encompasses 19.5%. The landscaping area consists of grass, trees, and shrubs. Parking will allow for 31 on-site parking spots. 22 on-site parking spots are required. 2 ADA spots are provided. On-site parking will be asphalt, paving, or pavers to control dust and erosion. No additional signage was included in the permit. All new signage will need to go through the permitting process. Lighting on Main Street / US Highway 287 is provided by Northwest Energy and maintained by Northwest Energy. Internal lighting shall be arranged to deflect away from adjoining properties and shall not detract from driving visibilities on streets. Trash enclosure is required to be screened. According to the applicant, project does not propose activities that would produce smoke, dust, and particulate matter. Additional water and sewer lines will be installed and will coordinate with Public Works Director. The clear vision triangle will be met on Otis and Hutchison Lane. The proposed building exterior finishes will maintain the western small town character of Ennis. Conclusion, Double Buck meets all the standards in the T&D overlay and performance standards. Town has previously approved projects of same or similar as proposed by applicant in the T&D overlay and CCR zoning. Double Buck feels the expansion will be a welcome addition to the town of Ennis.
How many trees you plant, David?
Well, there's part of it's gotta be, they gotta be,
Here's some.
they gotta be smaller because of the water situation, so, you know, there's some rock and some driving and high, driving system, shrubs, which we're still discussing now.
Are you doing it?
There's some criteria, or there's some drawings and different ones.
And this is this lot adjacent to the North 40 lot that was part of town, that was into the town, the park?
It's next to it.
Yeah, the park.
Well,
So
it's all one big lot now, but all the lots got redrawn, but yes, that
Yes.
was right there.
Is that one to the north or to the
It's to the
south?
west. This would be to the northeast side.
It's behind the dollar store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering where the park is.
Oh, gotcha.
It's actually
It's like
more
a
The
South.
park will be
Southwest.
southwest.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Abernathy, would you like to give the planning board
So,
recommendations?
well, we had our meeting on the 14th, May 14th. The planning board did, and we had discussion. We were able to see the plans, like large size plans and depictions of the, what it's supposed to look like on the outside and so on. The planning board felt that it fit within, it was within the zoning requirements, and we felt it essentially met what we know to be the requirements as far as small, like Susie said, the small town western feel. We had some other questions about, because one of there's two, I don't know if you explain what they are or what's planned to go in there, but one is a gym. And then the other one is a building, basically an accounting office type of building that will be right next to each other, adjacent. I don't know if they share, I think they might share a common wall.
They share a wall. They're both
So-
existing businesses that have outgrown their spaces. So it's not like any new businesses are coming in. They're just needed additional space.
And so the gym does not have, correct me if I'm wrong, the gym does not have showers.
No.
It just has bathrooms, so we felt that as far as water consumption goes, it would not be any more than, say a household essentially. And the planning board felt that it met what we thought to be the T&D requirements. And so we sent our recommendation to approve the site plan to the commission.
Question. Looks like the property line goes through the accounting office.
It's no longer a property
Did you,
line. It's
okay,
all,
and
it's the whole grocery store as well as that's all one big.
okay, so that's already been resurveyed.
It's already been.
Yeah. Okay. And then here's just a little portion is, I guess, to the west, you'll have the sidewalk along Otis Avenue. There's a sidewalk along Otis Avenue and one up here for pedestrian access for those folks that may be in the North 40 and they're gonna use the gym. It'd be great to have a sidewalk that goes from the west side to the connecting, so you don't have to walk around the corner or cut through if this is gonna be, you know, rocks, xeriscape landscape.
Right.
So they can get right to the door coming in from Otis Avenue instead of having to go all the way to the corner.
How's car traffic getting there?
You'll see on this plan.
Off the budgets and, from the parking lot of the
It actually makes
shared.
another flow for the grocery store. Actually, kind of.
That's in the town, in the zoning.
On Hutchins.
It's right.
That's
it's just
that's in this,
20 feet.
that parking's.
It must, it's some of that's
Oh.
parapet,
Typically.
just where the roof will go down.
Why is that here? Why is that here?
For all of it together, it's about 5,500 square foot.
It doesn't.
I do, yeah. It should be.
Is there a storm drain in the parking lot? Or like on the, is there gonna be a storm or like any kind of water access drain?
So DEQ's already done their,
Order. Because there's like,
so DEQ's kind of designated where there's a storm drain on this one, and there'll be a retention pond for the drainage to go from the front. That way, and the rest will go down to the one that has already been redone to the north of Madison Foods,
In the
which used to
parking
be the lake.
Okay.
But that's already been completely redone.
Okay.
And that was, and then there's another one kind of right behind the old Madison Foods as well that'll catch some of the water going off the southwest. But it's another like retention, rock retention pond area.
Okay.
That DEQ's already approved of.
Okay.
And I can get that to the DEQ letters. I think
it sounds pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just basically 2 retention ponds and then a stormwater gauge.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice job.
So concerning vegetation, that's going to be something, this is just the site plan review. So there'll be an additional, like, I guess maybe even addressing like siding on the structures or landscaping for that matter. Is that going to be?
I have the plans that have some of it, but it's mostly different, different metal, profiles and then some wood as well, which we looked at. So it gives you the, wood and metal, which you've probably seen a lot around.
Are you subject to the North 40 covenants on this lot?
This one's, it's kind of weird because the lots combined to 2 different covenants, but yes, this one technically was on North 40, so yeah, we still kind of apply that. So I have to be under their homeowners, or the commercial piece of their covenants. So there's
Yes,
a commercial
okay.
and a home. So it has to meet
Yeah,
their.
I guess my point is the only reason we have a relatively nice looking Family Dollar is because of the covenant in the North 40.
Sure.
As opposed to other, what they have in Dillon or Three Forks or something like that. So if you don't have those examples of, I trust you that it's gonna, you always do something nice, that it's gonna be fit the character, but is it just gonna be another still building that?
No, it's certainly not just like a straight up corrugated steel building. It's got different profiles
Yeah.
to break it up with wood as well, but it's different colors and different profile directions on them to make it look.
On the, are those?
I can show you these. It doesn't have the
On that,
final color.
on the west, I guess it would be the west facing side. Are there windows or is it something that breaks up the elevation of the, so it's just not like one
There's a
big wall?
glass garage door that can
Okay.
be rolled up so the gym can go out and do their outside activities. And then there's a couple of windows on the above kind of breakable area. Yeah, so it breaks it up.
Thank you.
And the same architectural firm that was working with the school, Art 45, I know you guys are familiar with them. For 45 Architecture, they're the ones that help with the designs.
So we will see your landscape or
Yeah,
plans eventually.
I have it laid out on the actual plan, so I can certainly let you guys look at it tonight or whenever you want to. And it has it kind of spec'd out, but, you know, I know there's some of them that might have to get subbed out due to the drought resistant issue, in the water, so we might have to just kind of tweak some of those a little bit. So you tell me when you want to see it. Pass you around the flash drive.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. I will.
You guys want to put these? Kill me.
Do you see all those pictures from me? They're right here. I thought he gave it back.
Yeah, I gave him this.
Yep. Yeah, it's a couple pages down. Showing the Hutchins, and this is Otis back here. So it's gonna go in here. Okay. Right in here. Yeah, so the main entrance is here off of Hutchins, but there's, you can also get, this is where that like big pond area is.
Yeah.
Do we worry about? Tend to do too, guys, is to go ahead and at least get this part done, just to relieve the congestion and the traffic flow. So that's one of the first things I want to do is try to get at least this road punched through, and then I'll come back.
Purpose of it, yes.
Do we worry about this parking being wide enough here to back in and out?
It was spec'd accordingly,
Okay.
and then the drainage will come this way.
Trust the boards that you appoint.
Yeah.
Trust the boards that you appoint.
But it was spec'd.
But if you're doing the final vote.
It's further.
And I built these overkill way more than were necessary in case I did do an additional area. But I still have extra in front of what will be the furniture store.
Okay.
And we added extra just in case I needed a little more space.
Yeah, I just worry about, F-350 pickups. And trying
Yeah,
to-
my long bed F-350 in there, I won't be driving that in there.
I'll double check just to
Okay.
make sure. I mean,
It's hard enough now to park the thing.
It's like a low spot designed to catch the water.
There's some landscaping, there you go.
and it specs. It's on this page. specs. Some of it, it didn't specify the specific ones because of the drought situation, so we wanted to figure out exactly what would fit in with the other landscaping as well as what the grocery store as well. So we kind of wanted to blend it so it matched.
And your completion date on all this?
Depends. Got some pretty high bids, so I'm starting to beat down some.
That sounds like a
price.
contractor. It depends.
Yeah.
Completion date.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's initially I was hoping to get started immediately at the end of the summer, but I'm going to have a bunch of inside TI work I'm working on in here, so I kind of had to just kick this to maybe the fall to get it finished.
So currently there's a bunch of equipment, all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff. And
there's
I guess
all
that's some of yours.
That's not mine. That's
Not-
all the grocery store right now is renting this for their.
Why they're working on this.
Correct. Then they're gonna get all of it leveled back out and put back grade, and then my first thing I'm gonna do is just come through and put the road in, just to make things smooth. And then I'll start tackling that. So fall, if we run into the winter, maybe next spring before I go. I've got it dialed out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
So are you gonna have the actual lawn going in here, or are you just gonna do like
I
serious?
know lawn was an issue with water. So if there is grass, it's gonna be very minimal.
I don't want any grass.
Okay. It would have,
I'm just glad to see you.
it was gonna be very minimal, mostly raw.
Sure, and then just a drip system for the trees.
And that was the plan, to try to keep it as minimal as possible.
Western.
For the record, I'm not against grass. I think it's pretty simple. Throw a little in there.
It was gonna be minimal just due to the water problems.
That was my greatest concern. I was worried about the water.
And that's been well considered.
Yeah, I was really happy to
Less
find out
I've
that
gotta
you
get
were
voted.
not going to have,
Yeah.
not going to have showers with like.
No, they're
She's
very,
referring to the one
very
at
minimal,
Old Maid.
they're less than a house. It's 3 bathrooms.
So.
Great.
There's 4 there.
Oh,
Four
I
there.
counted all that stuff. I was counting that as one.
Yeah.
So you can see what's.
I always want to say as
There's
From the
4
outside.
And then the outside.
it's old to say, but it is really.
Yeah. So there's
20
something here.
feet is elevation.
Good, thanks though. Okay.
So you see the
Yeah, I
different,
mean, I'm good.
the break, and with the kind of the color, even though the colors aren't nailed 100% down. But you can kind of see how it breaks the wood versus the metal.
Yeah.
Is that Bryce going in here? It's a different Bryce.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much I can say. Yeah. That would be.
The planning board's already approved it, right?
Yes.
Recommended.
Yeah,
That's-
we provided a recommendation to the town. to the
It'll be
judge.
different, but this, we make very different.
They have
Wood.
commission votes on it. We don't, planning board doesn't vote.
Would you point out the sidewalk, because you pointed it out
Yeah,
at
but
Madison
they're,
Foods
the
and it didn't make
commissioners are
sense.
seeing this detail for the first
My
time.
opinion, great to
They
the
haven't seen it.
walkability of it.
I've seen it before, but the rest of them.
Did you understand?
Yes, I did. The only thing we'll have to just verify on that is DEQ inspects that those retention ponds in that vicinity.
Well, that's what, if someone is, so what's gonna happen is pedestrians always take the shortest route. And our retention ponds can be like rock, like a rock. So what's gonna happen is this, from a.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Property owner perspective, you wanna come over there. Yeah. Yeah, so and just improve the pedestrian sense that they're having to, yeah, if they're working out, they're gonna walk into the.
Good, never know. Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's just.
Oh, yeah. That
Right.
we review.
I'm talking right here, yeah. can just use some little to the door to connect to this one, because it doesn't make sense. to
Yeah, we
walk
just
all
have
the way
to,
around.
that drainage is coming this way, so we gotta just make sure that that works. But yes, we'll do it.
Because even in here, you got your sidewalk and it just kind of sums them off. And it's empty parking. And then your sidewalk here doesn't match. So if there was a waiting
I asked her to
sidewalk, you're walking,
show
you
the
get here,
sidewalk
you
portion
can
that
get
she
here.
had
That
mentioned before.
I mean, I know it seems elementary,
But I don't know if that's more than.
whatever, but being in a small town, I want to encourage pedestrians.
Sure. No, and it is, and we did set it up for,
All
I
right.
think the previous.
Do you have questions anymore?
Other than just like a future update or presentation.
Up to you guys.
No, good, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good catch.
All right, now that the council has seen the larger plans.
Point of order.
Would you like to share your questions so that everybody could see what questions you had on those plans?
Yeah, I guess I would say what we did previously with the 40-foot tall buildings out here was go over, can somebody help me with this?
The landscaping and the shrubs and
Well, just to do I guess, a presentation at a later date as far as like, specifically what you're going to put in there. I feel like we did that with,
With Madison Foods, there was a final agreement or a condition put that the tree board, or Corey is part of the tree board, do the final review of landscaping to make sure that it met conditions, and with his approval, then that was written into the T&D agreement, I think is how we did it.
Did you see the plan?
That was because it was on 287.
No, that was because it was part of the
T&D.
traditional neighborhood development overlay.
And that was,
does this fall under the TND?
yes.
it does, yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. I was not aware of that. Oh, that's super tricky, y'all.
Is there a motion?
So do we need a motion to approve this?
So,
Yes.
Discussion, yeah.
Yeah, with conditions.
so I'd move to approve the major site plan review for Double Buck LLC, with the following conditions. That we get to review, the landscape plan once you get a little bit closer, and whatever else you guys think we need to put on.
Could you clarify we for that? Last time it was the tree, or you as part of the tree board, or do you want it as a council review?
Council review and approval, I would say.
With the side.
Yeah.
Would you go with that?
The landscaping.
Yeah.
Is that, was that my motion? No, I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
I don't like this.
I move to approve a major site plan review for Double Buck LLC with the following conditions. That we, the commission, review the landscaping And anything else you guys want to throw in here?
Landscaping important.
We definitely wanted to include the sidewalk aspect in there. And I would also like to include, whether or not it conforms to Western themed versus just a free-for-all. Like, I would like to see kind of a little more about what it would look like as a finished product.
The landscape.
The architectural
So you want a design
aspect.
review.
Yes.
Was that not just in there?
Do you
Kind
want-
of.
Are you asking for like samples of material?
Yeah, a little more. Yeah. Well, drawings and yeah. Just to be like,
Clear as to what the finish.
yes, what it's going to look like in the final aspect, whether or not it's going to be more metal, whether it's going to look. Does that make sense?
I've got most of that in these drawings.
Yeah.
It was just, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Colors may slightly vary, but it's everything else is in here.
Okay.
Did you see that, Brandy?
I guess I didn't see the last page. Sorry.
No, okay.
So is that a condition of the motion?
I was making that a condition.
I mean, we've done it on previous ones, but I think it gets relatively trivial what Western looks like, Western themed. So me personally, I just like to see less bluegrass and more Western landscaping, just.
Okay. So clarify your motion, please.
So do you want the materials?
No, it's fine.
Okay. So just a landscape review.
Review and approval of that landscape.
Correct.
Does that include the sidewalk?
And the sidewalk.
Got it. And include sidewalk or?
Any alteration from that, whatever Lisa just brought up.
Don't.
Oh no.
Well, that's the only variation from the plans that was suggested.
Final sidewalk layout.
Yeah. Yes.
I think the concern is we just want to make it more pedestrian accessible, or friendly. That makes sense.
There's a motion.
Second.
All
There's a
right.
second.
Any discussion on that sidewalk thing?
No.
Or
I think we already hashed it out.
landscaping?
No.
Okay, then I'm calling the vote back to Mr. Abernathy.
Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
Yeah.
With those conditions.
So the conditions, okay, so I guess, never mind. I'm too late.
What do you
It
need?
seemed very clear. Listen to word for word. We approved it conditioned on the council's final review and approval of the landscape plans and the sidewalk layout. That's how I have it.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that's the only, okay, that's it. The only
Yes.
conditions, okay.
Thanks. Do you have other conditions laid out in the report?
Well, we did in the T&D agreement, but, they didn't
Might have
cover
to
it,
restate
so.
your motion.
Well, most of that's been addressed anyway.
That's why I voted no, because of the TND. I'm like, TND
So I
makes
think
me
you have to
nervous.
take Susie's conditions of what she's laid out for staff
So,
report.
yeah.
Oh.
And then add your
conditions of the
landscaping.
staff report.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that good, Corey?
So I would make another motion to approve it with the recommendations from the planning board, staff report, like we do with Forest. This is out of sync since this is the first time we've not held the public hearing. And it's been back to the first planning boards, I think, in the better part of 6 years, maybe more, that it was planning board that held the public hearing and not the council for conditional use in T&D. And usually we have the on-call planner and stuff on. But before, when we did it, you did a motion to approve the site plan with,
Staff report.
yes, as the finding of facts and conditions.
So we need to add that in there.
Yes.
But you don't have to. It's what you choose to do.
So we would shoot this one down.
Or you can amend your.
Yeah, you can amend it.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, you do a motion, so it's just easier.
So I move to amend the motion to include the staff report and planning board report. And the conditions of the staff report that pertain to the TND.
He didn't go anywhere.
I'll second that for discussion.
I have no discussion.
All right, discussion on that.
Yeah, I seconded it.
So do you have discussion on that?
I don't have anything prior to say.
Call the question.
Okay. Mr. White, you're up.
Aye.
Aye.
No,
Aye.
Aye.
I don't like TNDs. I don't like TNDs. There's so much stuff in there.
You to do what?
So going through the TND stuff. Nightmare. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Hi, David.
So the next item, the major site plan review for within a TND of the town code was for Willie's Distillery. That was scheduled for public hearing June 11th with the planning board. The planning board, why don't I let you sum up the planning board?
Well, we had a number of questions, and a lot of them were related to the TND, and we felt there was still a lot of, we had a lot of questions. There was still a lot of information that was not presented. We wanted to see the TND checklist, and some other items. So we basically tabled that review, and pending submission of that additional information from Willie's Distillery. And we plan to review that on the 20th. So our we'll say next review of the Willie's site plan will be on the 20th of this month. And it's after that, we hope to be able to provide a recommendation to the commission.
So we should see that on
So
the
we're-
27th?
Correct.
That's the
Tabling
plan.
that then?
If there's a motion to do so,
I'm gonna make a motion to table it.
I'll second.
until, would you like this, you like to have that as the 27th?
Who seconded it?
Craig
I
seconded
second
it.
it.
Did you
To
second that?
27.
All right, discussion.
So your meeting's on the 27th or 20th.
20th.
We'll be here at the
We should have it,
27th.
yep.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
I think we're good.
All right, Colin Hankins.
Aye.
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 All right, rescheduled for the 22nd. or 27th, sorry. All right. Mr. Haney requested that the Lions Club be put on as to what they've got going on, as to with our agreement.
Hi, Mr. Haney.
Hello.
I see how
I
that
was
went.
voluntold, Karina Christensen from the Lions Club, and we're just going to have all good and happy things with Lions Club. So, update, the water fountain was installed. Thank you very much, Eric. That was amazing, and we're excited, and it's working great. So, good, big shout out to Public Works for helping us out with that. We've had a total of 40 loads of fill dirt hauled in to kind of expand that center big flat spot. It can be used for various and assorted things as well. The insurance certificate from Lions International was shared with Ginger, I believe. And so per our contract, we have done what we were asked to there. The Lady Lions have taken, and that's an unofficial term, they're all just lions, but the ladies of the Lions Club have taken on a project to redo the playground. We've got a great playground. It's a good start, but they have some great ideas for improvements and expansions. And as we get closer to having a real plan and the materials and the items that they're going to want to add, we will bring that plan to the town, of course. A new lawnmower was purchased for $5,000, and we have sold off two other lawnmowers, so now we have money to buy an additional one. So all of our lawnmowers are, I would like to say they're only 3 years or less old, but there is one that was older, but it was really, really not used, so it's maybe 4 years old. So we're in good shape there and have good working equipment. Incoming President Lion Dennis Baker is working on the dog park again. He is moving forward with getting updated quotes for fencing, updated maps. He will soon be reviewing that as specified by our contract and bringing it to you as specified by our contract. There was a new aerator that is currently being installed in the pond. And that was approved quite some time ago and also partially funded by a Fish, Wildlife, and Parks grant. We are awaiting a bid and design for the new sign for the park entrance per our contract. We're actually expecting that maybe tomorrow or the next day from Signs West. And yes, ma'am.
As part of that Signs agreement, Signs West also has our draft one for the bathrooms ready. We're just settling on our phone number so we can get that ordered. It's
Excellent.
$30. That was part of the agreement so that people knew that the town is responsible for the rest areas and to contact us if they are in any kind of not okay.
Yeah, don't contact me personally.
It's
kind of where that's going.
Bathrooms, call the town.
And any other lion that they may happen to know.
As soon as we get the sign for the number, we're trying to decide if it's probably going to be the Public Works on-call cell phone rather than the town hall in case it's a weekend.
Yeah.
So that's the final part of that.
Yeah, and the entrance sign is kind of exciting because it does have a real nod to the Lions and the town cooperating together, and we are moving forward in great cooperation, and we're going to have the Lions logo and the town logo on that sign so that everybody knows we're working together. Yay. So we are currently researching building a storage barn. There's need for storage for the baseball, storage for the Lions, storage. Our little area that we have the mowers is so packed in there you couldn't. I can't walk in there. You have to bring mowers out in order to get to stuff. So we're looking at doing that. We've been in we've contacted an architect and are working with a Lions Friend architect to kind of plan that. And of course, that's a major improvement. So we'll bring that to you when that's time. One of the more exciting things is it's been about a year since I talked to Parker Redmond and Justin Edge about a pump track. So a bicycle and skateboard track that kind of does this. And that is coming up again. I have a letter of support from the Lions. May I submit this to the commissioners even though it's not in the packet? Okay.
Well,
I guess
technically
it's
it
like-
is. It's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, so if I can just take one, pass it on, that's just our wholehearted letter of support for that. And let me see, in May, the report for May for the Lions work at the park there was over 97 man hours of work for the park, and there was a report of all the things that committee did. And now I'd like to hand it over to, who's here, Parker? Okay. Are there any questions before I bail out?
I had one quick question.
Sure.
The chalk sheds. Is that still like a this year plan that I need to be like putting on my radar?
Chalk sheds, like adding the possibility of improving the dugouts to add chalk sheds.
Yeah.
I defer that to Lion Dave.
Okay.
I'm not sure what of the time frame of that. I think it's in the works, but I don't know that it's how close it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just want to mention Father's Day.
Father's Day
Julie.
fishing derby is coming up Sunday. We have, what was it, 119 new fish they just dropped them in from Fish Hatchery, just stocked us. So we're good to go for Sunday. Yeah. I think 119 big old lunkers. Yeah. The weirdos. Yeah, the weirdos come to live at Lions Park. So, yep. Okay. So,
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for the update.
Justin, it's all you.
Has everyone seen the plans that we have? Have you guys seen that? Does everyone know what a pump track is?
I didn't until this week.
Yeah, I Googled it today.
Okay.
Watched lots of videos.
So the Lions have been so great with us, and very supportive of us. You know, Parker and I, like we told them last night, at the end of the day, we want to see more things for our kids to do in town. And, you know, there's a lot of kids on bikes and a lot of kids on skateboards, and we thought this would be a great avenue for them to be outside, you know, and off screens and make friends on tracks. I grew up on all sorts of bike parks when I was a kid, and so did Parker. So we can answer any questions you might have about pump tracks in general and our plans, and
Yeah, and I would say, just to reiterate, so far our experience with the Lions Club has been very positive. I admit I didn't know too much about the Lions prior to meeting with them, but it's an impressive group of people that, you know, really care about the community, and they've been so welcoming to us, but just didn't quite understand the scope of it and how many people are involved. So we are excited at the opportunity to possibly work with them on this. And then also, I don't know if you've been down to the park recently, but just on, I think Monday, there was little kids soccer, there was t-ball, and there was girls softball going on. And I think I counted like 75 or 80 kids down there, each with at least one parent. But honestly, most parents were there. So you do the math on that, and it's a significant number of people that would be right in the group of people that we would be trying to provide something for. And not to mention the people that don't have kids that are bikers, or even, you know, the amateur biker. This is not designed to be something like threatening or anything like that. It is in every way going to be something that's designed to be safe. And so, I'm pretty confident that anyone from a very, very beginner young kid to an experienced rider looking for exercise is going to be able to use. So we'd love your guys' support on it. Awesome.
So Parker, last night when you were talking at the Lions Club, kind of the three phases that you imagined, dirt first, and then asphalt, and then maybe the addition of some skate park features, which would be concrete. Are you guys aware that there's a sewer line that runs west?
Yeah, it goes underneath the old batting cage and then underneath the, I believe, the asphalt path there now.
We walked the property a couple times with Dave Haney and Eric from the town and to find out where any potential snags might be. So yeah, we're aware of where it comes off of. I'm forgetting the name of the street there. It comes through the fence and then it hooks. Yeah, Williams, thanks. Yeah.
And as you mentioned, like the phases of this, I mean, we truly only have one phase right now, but I was just kind of being realistic about the potential for the community enjoying this and it being a positive addition to Lions Club. And so just thinking down the road, once we kind of got serious about this, all of a sudden my phone started ringing with people I've never met saying, we want to be involved. What about a skate park? What about a skate park? And I met with some kids anywhere from, I think, maybe 5th grade to juniors or going to be seniors next year. And they were just there was like 8 or 9 of them. And they were so excited about the word skate park. And I kind of had to say, look, like a skate park is far more complex than this. This is dirt dumped in a corner of the park and then moved into mounds. And so, I would be a huge proponent, along with these parents and the kids, and I think others will find out of eventually sort of, looking at skateboarding and how we can better accommodate it since this will be bike specific as a dirt track. And then kind of sandwiched in between there would be a second phase, which Justin and I are supportive of, which would be asphalt to reduce maintenance, increase the curbside appeal.
Diversify opportunity, skateboards, rollerblades.
Yeah, allow for different types of
scooters and
wheel things to be on there. So we don't have, we're not sitting here proposing this mega complex sort of thing right now at all, but we're just kind of in that first phase of getting something.
And like Parker mentioned, there's mounds and dirt, but the placement of those mounds and dirt are very specific. There's a lot of geometry. Which is why it's important to have specific plans, which I just went ahead and bought for a pump track size that would fit that particular area of the park. But it's, to the untrained eye, it looks like mounds, but there's a lot of work that needs to go into planning where those are. And that's what makes a pump track, right? The idea of a pump track is that you get your momentum going. And you don't have to pedal to go around the track. You're pumping it. And it's great exercise. It's really fun. So that's sort of more about what a pump track is. I built one at my house, so if anybody wants to check one out, I've got it's a pretty small pump track.
Built 2, so you perfected the first
one.
Yeah,
the first one was not great. I did not follow plans. And so I learned the hard way. But so if you like to see one, come check mine out.
And just to come full circle with it, the kids I mentioned, I think are going to become a big part of this. And we've been discussing about starting a club, or I've been reaching out to some of the seniors at the school right now, not really focusing on them because they're kind of off to their next venture, but kind of identifying some maybe juniors and sophomores or something that have kind of desire to do something community-based or leadership role of some sort, and forming some sort of club amongst younger people in this town to not only support the pump track, but also be helpful in maintenance, because the last thing that Justin and I want for the park is an eyesore. particularly to do with like mud puddles and weeds. And so that would be a maintenance issue with a dirt track. And so just gathering the support of the kids to assist with that. I think there's some education involved in that as well, and some community service hour potential there as well. So we're not just thinking about ourselves or our family. We really want to kind of get these kids an option for something. Any questions?
Can I just say is that the Lions Club also, we're going to explore working with them so that people want to make donations to the pump track or the club. They could do it through the Lions Club as a tax donation and be earmarked specifically for the pump track.
How much funding is it that you need?
So
Do we have the second phase?
Yeah, for asphalt.
For asphalt,
Yeah, for that, I don't have any very.
We didn't
I don't have
price
specific
that one.
figures out. Yeah.
And that would be our, if we had a hurdle financially at this
That would be
point,
it.
that would be
Yeah.
it. So before we were to do that, we would have to make sure that we had something that was worth putting asphalt over. So that's kind of a lot of the focus, I think, is making sure that because we're gonna build it and then we're gonna say, okay, this isn't quite right, we're gonna have to change this, you know?
Yeah. Right.
I know I have a 10-year-old that would be super excited for something like that.
And maybe seek out to that age.
Yeah, so, I think they'd be super excited for that. What I'm hearing though, just being in the meeting today, and I love the idea, and I love the idea of pickleball, and I love the idea of storage sheds, and I know that, it's owned by the town and the Lions Club, do the lion's share or all of the maintenance, plus more. But it almost sounds like we need a comprehensive master plan of Lions Club Park. Because then you have the dog park, you've got the playground, and there are a lot of stakeholders even though the town owns it, the Lions Club manages it, to kind of take it in and, have like a big vision of pictures and everything like that, so people can actually see what is happening. And to put that together and see how these components of a dog park and a pump track and the storage sheds all fit together. It seems as though like one comprehensive plan, which can come together fairly quickly with a landscape designer and stuff like that. They can put that together and just to have that. So it's not, okay, well, there's 10 families that want a pump track. They've committed to maintaining it for a certain amount of years, and then,
When their kids grow up, what happens then?
Kids grow up and it seems as though we just need like one big master plan that we can all focus on to be like, okay, this is phase one of the pump track, this is, then we're gonna work here, so it's just not,
Sounds like a good club for
We
you to
have-
join.
I was gonna say, I was actually looking for a Lions Club application for you.
We have, or the Parks and Recs district, because honestly, as a town resident and a town taxpayer, there are the town carries the insurance on that, and there's a lot of people that, in our geography and our political structure with the district is challenging, because there's everybody who thinks that they live in Ennis and they don't. And that will use that facility. And so it's like, how do we incorporate all of these people and get them? Is it a parks district? Is it a master plan or something along those lines that can manage all of these things, which are all amazing things. I want them all to happen, but they have to cohesively work together. So, and to have a plan instead of just saying, oh, never mind, we're not doing the dog park, or we're not doing pickleball, or I'm just saying, like, if things change based on leadership, it's nice just to have a plan so everyone knows what direction they're heading.
There needs to be a capital improvement plan.
Yes.
Is what it is. And so that way you know when you scope it out for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And part of that goes with not only the capital improvement, but also the continuation of upkeep.
Upkeep maintenance.
Well, that's what the Lions do, is continue to upkeep it. And
they do.
Anyone who's wants more information on the plan, can talk to Dave Haney, Bob Williams, and Russ Whitaker about the plans that are in place. They are the park managers. You're welcome to come to a Lions meeting September through May, second Wednesday and fourth Wednesday of the month, anytime you want.
Say that
Love to
again.
have y'all. Second Wednesday, fourth Wednesday of the month.
September through May. They take the summers off because it's, because they're.
Blowing a little bit.
Would it be possible to like, maybe from now on, put, like, I know there was a separate map with where the dog park was gonna be, but, and the playground, but maybe if you could like, just like, show us where it's gonna be, just so we can visualize it better.
Before there's anything is actually done, we will bring it to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So what was the status on the pickleball?
The status on the pickleball was, it was voted to be in the northwest triangle. The pickleball did not want that. They said, no way, no how we don't want that. And I can understand that because the sewer line is there. Why would you build a very expensive court on top of that? And
Run the risk.
So then continue on.
Yep, so then the pickleball wanted the space to the east of that. At this point, the Lions have voted not to allow the pickleball to use that area. There are possible plans in the future that is primo real estate. The Lions voted not to have it there at this point.
Unless you change, I thought that the
Yeah.
Lions had voted that you were going to table the idea because you were looking at
Yeah,
building
you're correct.
a
Yep, you're
community
correct.
center, and that spot was fourth down on your list. Have you decided what you're going to do with that?
No. We don't even have a deed for the home that was gifted to us in order to have seed money to proceed with a community center at this point. Therefore, we can't make a decision about that real estate in that part.
Have you designed the community center?
We have spoken with an architect. We do not have a final design, absolutely not. That's much too.
Because we have the design for that area for pickleball. We have a contractor set up, and all we need is some approval
It
to
was
go ahead and
not,
build it, and then we can get our
yep,
money.
it was not,
We have a lot of people wanting to.
it was not approved for that area.
Okay. This is not the pump track, and I can now see that there's multiples and trying to manage the land with keeping consideration all the way around. The pickleball also, if the Lions were to say that space was appropriate, it does not meet town zoning requirements.
Can you say that again?
The pickleball does not meet town zoning requirements
In that location.
in that location because it's in with the section about acreage required for clubs like tennis.
Now, you're talking about pickleball at the water?
No.
You're talking about pickleball at the Lions Club?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so we would
When I
need-
first saw it, I thought that was a very strange restriction based on acreage, and then did more research on it, and that is purely based on parking, pretty much, is what it is. And that is, I think we can all agree, a very valuable space down at the Lions Club. And if you have multiple, like they said, you've got softball, you've got soccer, you've got everything. Pickleball, I've seen your car space over there. You got quite the group. So I guess it is
Community center wouldn't work there either.
it's going to be very hard without acquiring other.
I would put it further down in our thoughts.
So,
And I wanna say, I think I'm part of the pickleball club if you're counting just Facebook people, if is that your? No, okay, cause I like the Facebook.
Are you paying your dues?
Nope, I don't pay any dues. I'm not that invested yet, you're right. We would love to have you. I've got.
Can we get back to?
Anyway,
so
yeah, so in regards to pickleball, we're not anti-pickleball, we're table pickleball. Thank you, John, for the correction. That was
inaccurate on my part.
Okay. So back to the pump track. In fact, dirt at this phase, dirt is appropriate. Did you look at dirt?
Yep, yeah. So we need about 120 yards of dirt, and in an ideal world, that dirt would be screen topsoil. We don't always live in an ideal world. That's pretty expensive and hard to get this time of year. But as it turns out, the town has a ton of dirt out by the dump that was stored from some previous work. Eric showed me, and it's pretty good quality dirt for a track. What you don't want in a pump track is a lot of rock of any size, really, big or small, because it finds its way to the surface and the surface gets loose. Tires slip on loose surface, so you want to minimize that if possible. There's a lot of dirt and glass and raw, all sorts of stuff in that dirt, but it could be screened pretty easily right there. So 120 yards of dirt was the biggest cost for something like this project. So the idea that we might have that dirt already is a pretty big victory. Besides dirt, we need some shovels, some hands to work the shovels, and maybe a day or two of skid steer work. I've got the rest of the equipment that we would need: paints, stakes, string, and the plans. Yeah. So we, in addition to the screening, we would have to have it trucked. So we would have to secure that. So those are the two things that we would need to implement. Donation, in-kind donation of those two things, or raise funds to pay for those two things.
So you're talking 10 truckloads of dirt. What other heavy equipment are you going to require to build the track?
That's it. Just a skid steer. That site has a slope that goes off to the north fence line. We'd have to fill that. We've got a bunch of fill dirt, as we've already talked about, down where the ice gorges. So I think we could use that to bring up the grade rather than grade down, which would eliminate any risk of excavation. We could build that low spot up to a flat canvas. Actually, not flat. Technically, we'd want to slope it just a little bit so that we'd have some grade to allow water to drain properly. And then a skid steer could place the dirt in maybe 2-3 hours, I think. And then after that's placed, it's all handshake after that.
When do you screen it? Before you haul it in?
I think you'd screen it before you screen it on site at the dump where the town has the dirt. That way it's there and not in the way. We've talked with the Lions about where exactly to put that dirt while it's being, dumped in spots by the skid steer. Ideally, I think the way it would work is you'd have the dirt dumped, the skid steer would be ready, everything would be already marked, painted, and ready for the dirt to be placed. The dirt would be placed and done by the end of the day. So I wouldn't think you'd have big piles of dirt sitting there for weeks, right? Like that's not ideal. So that's sort of how my brain visions that.
Is it something?
When we had our contractor out there and looking at the area for pickleball courts, that service road, the asphalt service road that goes back there. We recognize that with the trucks going back and forth, we'll probably have damaged that service road. And we putting that into our cost of having to repair, we would have to have resurfaced that service road because of the damage we would have done with the trucks. So it's just something to keep in mind, putting heavy trucks back there, need to do further damage to it.
Is there any kind of like winterizing, weatherizing that needs to be done with the track? Is it dangerous, icy in this winter?
Nope. You know, that's another benefit to the asphalt, I think. Black asphalt would melt that snow and allow you to ride it quicker after a snowstorm, let's say. I mean, but you could,
ride it year round.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're totally rideable year round, yeah.
Okay.
Dirt becomes less usable throughout the year just because of
Right.
the, potential for mud and stuff like that. But, so that's kind of another motivation for eventually going asphalt, to allow kids to do it, for people to do it more often.
And guys, how many kids could be like riding on this track at one time?
Yeah. So the plan that we have, I think that the way to do it would be to have only the exterior loop first. It has a crossover in the middle. You'll see that. And I think that would be smart to omit that crossover initially, just to allow simplicity of the flow of traffic. But I mean, what do you think?
If Justin and I, adults, I would say that with this, given the size of the pump track and the speed in which like we could go on a bike, I would say, realistically, that 3 people could, like, not necessarily you would do that, but like 3 people could space out enough that we're capable bikers and like ride it at the same time without like running into each other. You're all going the same direction. But like 2 people could definitely ride it at the same time, 2 adults. Kids, his pump track is tiny. It goes from here to like that far wall. And we've had like 8 kids riding it. And it's just, they're not going that fast, and they're running into each other. And so I would say, you could have a lot of kids on this at one time without it ever being dangerous. And I'm talking younger kids. Obviously, you wouldn't want to have an adult going crazy on it with little kids trying to go around. But I grew up in skate parks my whole life, and there's this cool thing that happens there amongst like more experienced people and beginners of like watching out for each other. And I think there's a huge, element to that in terms of the older riders, sort of mentoring the younger riders on safety and watching out for them.
So there's a pump track at Copper City Trails, Trailhead, north of Three Forks. It's maybe half the size of what this would be, 3/4 maybe. We go there quite a bit. And, on that track, it's not uncommon to see 5, 6 kids and maybe 1 adult working that track at the same time, stopping occasionally, starting occasionally. Another one comes in without any mass confusion. It's hard to ride a track too long without getting tired. So, there's frequent breaks involved. So it's not like, some dude's going to be on there going for 30 minutes. That'd be a pretty good workout. But so there's a lot of, there's a lot of potential for kids to be starting and some kids to be stopping. But once everyone gets the idea of how the traffic flows, it goes pretty smoothly.
So what are next steps as far as the town sees for this? Do we need to bring a formalized plan? Do we need to, we as in Parker and Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great idea. I mean, I echo Mrs. Roberts' concerns. I'm not sure, what the overall plan for the park is with, now we're having the dog parks back and pickleball's out, but pump track's in and dogs are in and.
Pickleball's table.
Table, sorry. Didn't use the right word, sorry.
Yeah, because I love.
Yep.
I love the idea of
Yeah. And personally, I mean, I love the idea of kids riding around the track here. I just, I think we need to kind of figure all this out, and parking and all that. I just worry about that a lot down there. That's kind of the crown jewel of downtown Ennis, and everybody recreates there. I think we need to look at what can be there and where it all fits and how it fits and how the parking fits and all that, because we're gonna overuse that, overplan that thing. So personally, I would like to see, a big map. Okay, dogs are gonna go here, track's gonna go here. This is how it all fits together. The new jungle gym's gonna go over here or whatever, I'm just having a hard time putting it all together in my mind right now.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah, I like that a lot better.
As I said, I'm not opposed to this.
Oh, I'm
just-
totally in
yeah.
favor. I really do like the idea. I think it's a solid idea. Do you know how many kids ride around? And you know how many, like,
Yeah, most of them get there without a vehicle, so they're,
well, and unfortunately, like I was here
But it's scary for
long
the parents
before
to put them
when
on
we
the
used to have like a dirt track, and my husband, who is now 42, used to, yeah, we had a dirt track, but now there's a trailer on it. Do you remember the dirt track? Yeah, the dirt hills. Yeah. So it's really a good idea considering kids are not allowed to ride on the sidewalks, and there's a lot of kids that ride bikes, and I know quite a few of them that ride skateboards. But my only question would be, my two questions are, would we have to increase liability?
No, it's
Or
already,
insurance?
it's not anything that is prohibited in MMIA, so it's already covered.
Okay.
There's a ton of municipalities that have skate parks and bike parks. There's no additional there, and it's not like a structure to insure, especially in this initial dirt phase, like it's dirt. There's the main concern with the pickleball was the sewer easement in the corner there. This track, actually on the map, we talked about turning it, what is that, 180 degrees? And then that gets it even farther, and then it could potentially have room for skate park next to it without impeding on that sewer easement. So those were both reviewed by Eric, and then the dirt as well, and so that's kind of what
part of this plan here, the reason I chose this particular design is that it fits almost perfectly in that little triangle, away from sewer lines, in a corner, out of the way. Just, I didn't just pick a plan out of thin air,
And I hear you on the parking. Luckily, bikes can be ridden into the park, and but at the same time, there are people already going to the park to play on the tires, to play on the swing set. So there's people already going there. It's something else for them to go there for. So that's kind of, I think, I agree on a master plan of everything. But I don't necessarily think that the pump track is going to significantly overwhelm the parking lot in particular.
Do we have an initial cost?
No, it says 4,700 or something.
Okay.
But that was prior to having known about the dirt. So now that we know we've got dirt, that's.
We're coming to, our momentum that we have right now is, and this is Justin and I think realistically being optimistic with the people we know in this town is our every goal is to make this cost nothing.
Nothing. Right.
Just be dirt.
And I think we can make that happen. And so that, to me, to have a project cost as little as that, but provide such a huge benefit to local youth would be pretty awesome.
I'm not convinced there's a good handle on the maintenance of the dirt track either.
Well, I have a dirt track, and I think
yeah, but is that your home? You take care of it. From what I heard is we have a plan that we're going to ask the kids to take care of it or get volunteers to take care of it. So it sounds good, but
yeah.
You don't know that for sure. Or how many, or I think even what it's going to take. Especially
once the track gets established and packed in, it's not like you're constantly adding dirt or taking dirt away. The track is what it is, and it's there. It's pretty permanent. The maintenance that I do on my track is due in large part because I went cheap on dirt, and I got dirt that had a lot of rock in it. And so I sweep my track quite a bit. And then, months like right now, when we've got some, weeds are popping up, I pull weeds, and that's the maintenance that I do. Takes me 5 minutes to do any maintenance at all on my track. I mean, this is a larger track for sure. It's going to get ridden a lot more. That's also for sure. But having a high quality dirt is going to help us minimize that maintenance. Yeah. So I mean,
as we talked about, the maintenance is weeds and mud. Other than
when it's
little repairs here and there, or little alterations here and there. So we kind of talked about it last night with the Lions. Was I think a good plan would be like maybe once a year before it snows to get half a load of dirt or something, just to kind of, if necessary, just to kind of make sure it's in good shape before it snows. But the reality of it, I think, is that the dirt pump track is very low maintenance.
It's simple
in the relative scale of things.
Yeah, that's what makes it so awesome. Is it's simple, efficient, and low maintenance.
The kids that I met with, the skateboarders, they said to me, I said, what would you want? And two of the kids go, can we just get a 10 by 10 piece of concrete? And I was like, I mean, that's not a lot. And he's like, that's all we need.
Right now, they're using the concrete pad where our pickleball courts are right now.
Yeah, and more power to them because they have nowhere to do it. I mean, it's exercise and it's art, skateboarding is, so, Yeah,
I just heard that they can't skate on that anymore now, apparently.
Why? A liability
On
issue.
school grounds.
I think it says no skateboarding on the front door at the school.
But I've got them taken care of. I built them a skate ramp. I built them a little 3-foot high quarter pipe skate ramp, and I'm like, okay, you guys take this so you have something to do. So they're like, they're okay for now.
All right, crew, what do you want?
What do you guys want to do?
Want to make a motion of some sort?
I really, and you said there is an actual master plan for the park, or like your vision of the
There
park?
is well, the amount of real improvements that we make is super limited because the gorge goes through
Right.
half of it, just to ballpark, just to kind of throw a number at it. Approximately half of it is threatened by the gorge. So it's really on this west side that we can develop, and there's ideas for a lot of it.
But there's no single drawing that
I have,
encapsulates.
yeah, I did one.
Yeah.
Well, we'd have to add this to it because we haven't, this is new. I haven't updated
And you do really need to decide on how the condition of that maintenance road that goes back to the sewer ponds. That's getting pretty broken up right now. I know it's been patched here and there.
It's mostly just town equipment, right? I mean, town
It's-
vehicles, because no other people are supposed to be back there, so
They're gonna be putting truckloads of.
maybe a few
10.
truckloads, and then, I mean,
So, and that's what our plan was to include $20,000 to fix the road. That's what our contractor estimated.
I understand where you're coming from, but it seems like you are not coming at the town, you're coming at the Lions Club. We are right now here to judge if this is a good fit for the pump track, not for the pickleball, because, yeah,
Letting you know.
I understand that.
The construction of that is going to include some wear and tear on that road.
There
Go
also
to-
may be
go to
other
the mic.
options for access there. There's is there Goggins that borders on
Mm-hmm.
the other side of the
Yes.
fence? There's actually
Oh,
a
no.
gate.
That's generic.
Genera there. There's this, what's the name of the street again? William Street right there.
Two gates.
So we could look at that, see if there's other options for delivering that.
Be nice if you would
All
let you know right across on Williams Street right in, that would be great.
Hey, what do you want to do, guys?
I'm not sure.
So this
I know.
is just so I understand, this is the exact same area that we previously approved for
The
pickleball area. Pickleball's been removed. We're suggesting that we put it basically in that area. I think it's reasonable to say that it's not going to impact parking that much because kids will be riding on bicycles
And skateboards.
and skateboards. I think your maintenance and upkeep of this thing, I think you would need to generate a committee of sorts that gets turned over as parents turn over, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not necessarily like it would need to be maintained by people who understand pump track
Yeah, it wouldn't exactly
stuff.
be feasible.
So yeah, that would be my input on it. Like, I guess, a committee of sorts that gets formed in perpetuity. But yeah, other than that, I think it's a good idea.
To maintain it. Yeah, we are, since we have written a letter of support, we anticipate that the parents will help with it. We will foster that, but we are supporting it and it's our park in cooperation with y'all. And Andy, and I want to point out something else. This is Lion Cindy Gockel and Lion John Howe. We're all rowing the same boat.
Oh.
And, yeah, we all have, even amongst, we all have big ideas for the park and we want the best for the park. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. No, I'm just suggesting I ride bicycles all the time and I know nothing of running a broom over a course. That's totally foreign to me. I have no idea. What's that?
All the little kids that were here earlier, all the little kids that were here earlier was in support of this. They're excited about it. Yeah.
The idea is to have better dirt than I have though, so that we don't have to do.
Do we need to put up signage that says enter at your own risk?
Yeah, so we talked about that last night and,
Yeah, at least I'm not crazy.
no, yeah, for sure. And we, I think as donors come about here, of the ones we kind of already have and ones we will get, there will be an acknowledgement of them on some sort of signage and then kind of some, maybe 10 rules or whatever for the park in regards to safety and usage and maintenance. And so I think the golden rule is going to be if like something, if there's big mud puddles in it, it's closed, and so, yeah, I can only say right now that you got two people standing up here that are going to be down there way too often. Making
How old
sure
are your
that
kids?
mine are 3 and 6 and his are 11 and 8.
So 3 to 18 is 15 years. We're good.
Yeah.
15 years.
True. I will be gone.
I mean,
This
yeah.
is true.
I mean, there's an old batting cage there, right? I mean, they finally took the net down, but,
Well, just think about it. If they stop using the track, think about all that dirt now.
well, that's the goal, that's the beauty of it.
We
Just
still have
flatten it
dirt.
out and there you go.
It's true.
Point of order. Where do we want to go,
As long
guys?
as they don't pave over.
Somebody make a motion.
So I have one other question.
Either
So the
approve,
Lions-
deny,
He's
or
got
give-
one more question.
So the Lions Club has agreed to, if need be, they'll maintain it.
It's our park.
When it's asphalt, will that
And then
come
they'll
back to us
spread
through
that
Karina,
dirt
or
because
is that
they're-
is that your end goal like this year? Or if it's even is an option later, will that come back to us before it's asphalted, or is
That's
this
up to you guys. I mean, we would have no problem coordinating that if given permission to take the lead on that, but, that's ultimately the Lions Club and y'all's decision on kind of how things get approved, future development and what that looks like.
Okay.
You can approve just dirt at this point, and well, if there was another plan, and we intend as, Lions with our contract, we intend to have regular communications, in meetings on what's going on, but we could.
could we please proceed with dirt and any improvements beyond dirt would be brought back to you? That's good.
I think I like that option. I mean, it's still salvageable if it doesn't work out or whatever. For some reason, if it didn't work out, you can, like you said, fill it in and it would be fine. It's a little less permanent than.
Is that a sneaky motion we heard from you?
Okay, yeah, I move to approve, what is that?
Pump track.
Pump track at Lions Club Park with the condition that before it gets asphalted, it comes back to the commission to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thoughts?
Yeah, can we make it say as dirt only
Dirt only for now.
for now?
As dirt
For
only
now.
until it comes before the commission.
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, that's what I did.
You were clarifying it.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, yeah, there's a lot to it, but everything we've already discussed, there should be a plan of everything in the 10, 15 years, or however far down the road.
So just a random question. How popular was pump tracks 15 years ago?
I think they've always been popular for much longer than that as dirt. I would say the asphalt pump tracks in the last 5 to 10 years have become extremely popular, like far more popular than they were 15 years ago.
Okay, what about pickleball? Has it been around for 15 years? This is a 19.
No, here, 1960. Oh, here since 2012, 2013.
I'm just wondering what's gonna be, I mean, we can't predict the next trend, or trend sounds bad, but there's different interests depending on how the demographics of the town change. So this is some dirt. It's a give it a whirl. I think we are onto a solid pickleball idea. Very solid there. I think we can accommodate in a way that's still meeting those demographic changes. Because I don't think 10 years ago we had quite 120 pickleballers in Ennis, Montana. It's a big deal now. I mean, it's a big deal.
There's no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a Parks and Rec district is important. But it didn't go. So it's
just dirt right now.
It's just dirt right now.
It's just a few loads of dirt and you're just gonna place it and ride around on it for right now. Right. Let's do this thing.
Okay. All right, calling it. You're at, no, don't point over there because I did him. I think we're back to.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
You're getting a
Appreciate
pump
it.
track.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
Be
your
sure
time.
your phone number is on the sign.
We'll have a shovel ready for you guys.
And Sarah was here to voice her opinion. She's supportive of it.
My kids wanted to,
Yeah.
they don't want to drive an hour
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Resolution.
Very much.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Resolution 603, 2024. Oh, wait. Oh, I did. There was a lot of park going on. So Granny Ennis Park. The gazebo is.
Can we ask for a recess?
Okay. Yes,
sorry.
you can
I need to
ask.
stand up.
And yes.
What?
Yeah, recess. She
Yeah.
wants a 15 minute.
Is that okay?
10-minute bio break.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay.
We're on the right track.
See you guys. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I taking you?
It's a dog. We had some big.
I want to hear,
Down on the plane right now, and back up on down last.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a greater part.
I mean, it doesn't even like super fancy. This is the.
but you got that statement I have to tell you yesterday.
Yeah, I agree.
Me too.
That's what I love about
I
it.
am out of town meeting.
This state is used.
The sheriff is much more difficult.
Oh, we would have a trust.
There's some things there that.
I just, they're gonna have to be.
I don't.
We have to be adults. There's a few cars.
Share batteries out there now.
I don't think there's one, yes, I know that that is.
But yeah, I think really strategic.
I'm almost positive.
There's no agreement with the town.
Call down. Yeah.
Have parking. That could have been problematic, but either at 2 acre.
Ready to report out on your
Ready to what?
give an update on the resort tax thing?
There's another.
When we get to it, is there any?
Yeah.
Not really.
I didn't look in the paper this week yet to see if you had written anything.
I just did the,
Ask the expert.
I just did the original one that I did 3 weeks ago. I just had to put that back in the paper. Cause it was out of time. That's like, time to generate a new one.
She could do it.
Yeah. I'm getting interviewed by the paper.
So I'll look forward to next week.
Yeah, yeah, so we'll see, hopefully this new guy, new journalist for the paper, he's a senior or not, but he's gonna be interviewing me. The lady, the court paper, such a skill all the time. Really?
Liz, the meetings and stuff.
It's like how long, a couple months?
Because I had sent that growth policy, they said, send me a copy of it, get it in there.
Certain days a week. And, they're getting free infrastructure
Wait a little bit.
on their land.
Wait.
Just-
That's a really good start.
I guess it had to go on to the chamber website.
Well, I sent up to her and here's what was supposed to happen. You know, this is gonna happen. And so she said, well, have to work that way, here's what you need to do and so.
Well, that's.
Send me, give me the copy. By now, like 4 weeks have gone by. So I get the copy. She goes, great. Get it to me by this date. Ginger made a copy. And, I called for it. If I get them today, they'll be in the paper for the graduation.
If you count all those things.
Anyway. So the paper.
Well,
Okay, maybe it's just.
Well, that exciting.
I'm sorry.
There. Maybe I didn't look at more. It wasn't one of the paper that I had. Well, you know, we put a next week. So the next week.
You want a Tootsie Roll? Yes.
For
The one that
the,
was supposed to
because I had
be
heard some
before,
rumors
and
about
I guess the second copy.
I
firemen's.
didn't even get a look at it. I gave mine away. I'm like, oh, I happen to have one.
Tell me where that is.
Well, they have one. This one.
Yeah.
Did it specify town versus county versus like,
For what, paper?
yeah,
No,
well,
they
your
do it-
survey.
They do it by, no, it was sent to Ennis.
Is that an
zip
elected
code,
position?
59729. So it was only included in the papers that were delivered to that zip code area.
Oh, because I got one.
Because Madisonian will go to like Cameron
Yeah.
and Jeffers and
Yeah.
stuff.
But a lot of people from there come into town and buy them too. That's where I got mine. But I didn't get one in the mail. I was supposed to get one in
Susie's
the
gonna
mail.
find where it's at.
That's something else we talked about at the last meeting. Because we have the envelopes, they have to sell the envelopes and go buy stamps and stuff.
I'll do that.
Who's gonna do it?
I can help. I'll take a box or something and stuff them.
All right, let's get this party started. Okay.
Anyway, so the mail out hasn't happened
Okay.
No, I got it in the newspaper.
yet. And paper.
In the paper,
Yeah.
we take the mail
But
out.
not
Oh,
in
right, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Call to order.
Yeah.
Call to order.
All right, call them to order. Susie, crew. Oh. Oh, Ginger's in the bathroom. She'll miss this part.
Yes, okay.
Section F. All right, F, granting Ennis's Park. The gazebo is down. We're getting ready for budget. What would everybody like to see in that regard? Any ideas, thoughts?
Make a suggestion about how to consider universal access for that spot.
The sidewalk's being repaired currently for the ADA accessibility right in front of it. So that is on the radar for,
Yeah, so, I mean, the gazebo, of course, you know, it was nice, but it was very restrictive as to who could actually use it or whatever. And is there a possibility of, I really like the granite boulder for Mayor Clark. I think that's a really nice contribution, but is that something that can maybe be moved up here to town hall? To utilize more space, and so it could set out here, something like that. And again, I think that space is for not very much money. You could probably get a landscape architect to come up with a cool plan or different ideas. I don't know what the commission's ideas are, other public, you know, members' ideas of what to do with that space and to make it really cohesive and nice.
What is the square footage of that space?
I don't know
Not
off the
even
top
like a
of my
third
head.
of a lot, right?
I think it's like half a portion of it.
Because it's only up front.
So I threw this idea out at Reimagine Rural. Okay. Of partnering with the conservation district that was before us last year, because they have been itching for a pollinator garden, and we keep thinking the North 40, but it's
Windy.
it's not conducive. I don't know. The dirt's wrong. Everything is wrong up here. The irrigation is wrong. Everything else. So there's actually irrigation already built in there. You could take out the sprinkler section, surround it with the pollinator garden on, well, finish fencing it.
Well, it has one of the most beautiful apple trees in Ennis, right there.
Do a pollinator garden around the perimeter of it with the help of the conservation district. And then now that I know the price of a sign of about 12 by 18 in metal, you could put a post and designate how many how far apart, and say, this is the Lions Club. This is what we do. This is the Madison River Foundation. This is what we do. This is your volunteer groups all the way around the perimeter. And then each group is responsible for, maintaining within their 2 feet of their sign. And this is Ennis, because everybody asks, what do you do in Ennis? You volunteer in some manner, shape, or form for fun. I mean, that's kind of, once you,
In theory, that is an amazing idea.
and then at the center, you still do like Miss Palmerton had a great idea of a book area that has a gazebo feature, like not a gazebo, but a borrow book.
Like putting a gazebo feature on top of the books.
To share a book or something like that, so it still honors
The library.
the
Little library.
Yeah.
We have a library a block away.
It was this idea.
Yeah, I know, and there's one across the street.
Or you could just do a lighted gazebo that's a miniature version, because a lot of people from the Arts Association wanted to keep it, and you could have that as your centerpiece with the Granny Ennis information, and then fill in with
Is there a way to open up this discussion to the greater public and see what other ideas? Because there's some really super creative people in our community to see what other ideas come out of that before you designate any.
I was just throwing out ideas.
No, I think
It's
those are
not-
great ideas, and
yeah.
then get a, and have the ability for the greater community to have input on it.
I haven't been there since I was a kid, so it's been a long time, but is there any way to use the land to build community center, even if it's like a 2-story community center? It's too
No.
small. Okay.
It's a very small lot.
Tiny lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a picnic table and whatever, that's not just saying a landscape architect.
Karen.
Oh, that's
Karen?
Yeah.
What you got?
Oh, Karen's actually at the mic. Go ahead.
A couple of things, just not off the top of my head, just listening tonight. So I hear a lot of things about Ennis and the spaces, and these are all great ideas, all of them. First thing about public input. The citizens, the residents of Ennis would really appreciate being included in this conversation, or at least the opportunity to put ideas forward. Just as an example, the pump track, this may have been in progress for a year, but the public knew about it for 48 hours as a public discussion. People appreciate being involved, even if it's your decision. The buy-in is very important in public spaces. What I hear, I get questions a lot. The most common question I have from tourists coming through, besides where should I go eat, is tell me about Ennis. Tell me about the history of Ennis. And so your idea about different organizations is great, but I would put more emphasis on honoring Ennis's history and having a space for people to learn and recognize that.
Thank you. That's exactly what Madison Valley History Association person here. Yeah, I would definitely, yeah. We will be actually having an open house this Saturday for the Madison Valley History Association. Everybody is invited. There's going to be hot dogs. Huh?
Nice plug.
It was.
Yeah, like 11 to 4. 11. Yeah.
Where? So it sounds like somebody wants to head up the what to do at the park hangout.
Sounds like a person wants to do that.
Wait a minute, why do I feel like everybody is staring at me now?
Then you get a better quality product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So that you don't have to be hasty about it.
Right.
It sets the funds aside.
And it is currently, it is a beautiful open space. The gazebo is missed by many people, but it is, people use, I don't know if you notice when you drive by, it is used heavily. And so that just needs, I think, in my opinion, it needs to be factored into the plan of that little space.
I wouldn't be opposed to having discussion. Is there anybody else that would want to be on that, on a committee with me to take in input?
And hold some like hangouts down at the parks, at Granny Ennis's Park.
If you're asking other questions.
I was like, I'm like asking, I don't care.
I nominate.
What?
Well, we're gonna take in,
Depending on what's decided.
yeah, we're gonna do the discussion and see if we can get people involved. I'm more than happy to work with you. Would that be all right? Okay.
You're talking whole area?
No.
It's just a little part.
It's just, yeah.
That's what I thought.
The pharmacy doesn't own it.
Yeah.
Marie owns the lot?
No. Well, the right next to
You
it.
could talk to Marie and
Just
she
less
would
than
want
the
to
pharmacy.
donate it, and then that could be our community.
All right.
So I nominate
Chef's
both
down there.
Lisa and Brandy to be on the committee.
I'll second.
All right. Any just other discussion? Are you two going to be able to handle some? Or do you want more? You can form more. You can find extra hands.
They,
All right.
they come to me in droves, so.
If you're gonna do a survey or something, I'd be willing to have some and send them out to people I know live in town.
There's some pretty cool things that, like Walk Montana and some other Anaconda community foundation did. For public involvement, research some ideas.
All right.
On to letter G.
Yes.
Rest area budget.
Yes. Resolution 603, 2024, resolution to amend the rest area budget.
So what was the previous budget?
It's stayed the same, Nikki, I'm just moving it from one line item to another. We didn't hire an employee this year, it's a contracted labor or cleaner for it. So
Okay.
it's just moving it out of one line in that account to another line so that we pay it as the
So who's been-
contract instead of wages.
So who's been cleaning it?
AJ,
Oh, okay. But we didn't hire her? I was
Not as
gonna-
an employee, is a contract.
Independent
Oh,
contractor.
okay, I'm sorry.
we checked with the state and they were good with it, that where we get the grant money from,
Uh-huh.
through the rest area, they were good with it and said, yes, we can certainly contract.
Okay.
Okay.
So same amount of money, just a different line.
I move to approve resolution 603, 2024.
I second.
Discussion? All right.
Aye.
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 All right.
Greater loan.
More complicated. And that looks like a period, but I don't think it's a period. I'm gonna read right. So resolution 604, 2024, a resolution for fund 1000 account 430240, which is streets, to borrow funds in the amount of $25,264 from fund 5310 to allow for the purchase of road streets greater.
What is 5310?
5310 is the sewer fund. So then, oh,
5310?
5310.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wait, 5310 is what now? Say that again. Is sewer?
Is sewer.
And this is a borrow, so this is a loan, right?
Right.
And when will the loan be paid back?
5 years.
What's that?
5 years.
5 years?
An
1%.
annual payment for 5 years at 1% interest.
Oh, so we're gonna make a little money on ourselves here.
So the Titan invoice.
It's an enterprise fund versus a general fund. Which, yeah, has its own rules.
So in the claims, we paid Titan 21,000 to grade the roads this year. We want to pay $50,000 for to buy our own grader, and then so after this, are we completely done with the MAD?
In 2.5 years, then we would say.
And
What's the lifetime of a grader?
Right. What is the lifetime of a grader?
Well, last one was a 1967 Galleon. Let's hope we don't push it that far again.
And Eric is still on. So if it's gonna drive itself on a trigger. There he is.
All right.
I didn't want to hear that.
So once we buy this, are we done paying the Mad Cow or what is it?
Mad Towns. No, Mad Towns is a separate agreement for equipment shared that, and to truck a grader across is not probably like equipment that we would share. The equipment that we share is the jetter, the camera van, Eric, yeah, and the sewer vac. Is that all correct?
Yeah, we got an air compressor. I mean, it's a
small
lot.
equipment.
Graders are not part of that. Streets are not part of the Madtown agreement. You know, anything that we have to deal with streets, you know, each town pretty much has their own grader. Like, you see the cost this year and last year.
Yeah, last year was similar.
The guy who's selling it to me is kind of in a way shooting himself in the foot, but it's okay. He gets it.
So is it a used grader then?
Yes.
What year is it?
1992. Very good condition.
Did you get part?
Yeah, can you get parts for it?
Yes.
That's a great.
Yes.
How many hours are on it?
I would have to refer to my pictures on my phone. Let me. I can't tell you that right offhand. I do know this year graders that year people are really want, and I do know that they've taken care of it. That's the biggest thing.
And where are you picking it up from? And do you have a trailer that'll move that?
No, it's in town.
Oh.
We're not dragging nothing nowhere, but driving it down the road and parking it in our lot.
Parking it in our lot back here.
And using it. Yeah.
Okay.
Eric, who is the seller?
Titan. Luke from Titan has purchased a new grader, and they have that one put up for sale at a reasonable price. I've looked online and everywhere. That's the going. We're actually a little bit under what the going price is, so it's just something I don't think the town needs to miss out on. I wouldn't take a loan from. I just don't like it to begin with, but I don't think we should miss out on this. You know, in 3 years, it's paid off. It's paid for itself. You know what I mean?
I don't know anything about it. So Kelly Blue Book said it's worth the value.
I don't think that Kelly Blue Book applies to.
Right. But I mean, have you reached out to other people to make sure it really is a good deal that you're getting? And I mean, you
So
said you did, but
I have checked that year. That same grader is going for around 56, 57. And then you'd have to get it hauled here and all that.
okay. It's a big sum of money, but I think I agree with the fact that it will be paid off in 5
3
years?
years.
3 years.
3,
2.5.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
we have
mean-
people on staff that can run it, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we still have to pay other, like dirt to be brought in and all that kind of stuff. Will we have to pay that additional fee fine every year?
We'll have
After
to-
next year, you know, if we get a good grader, that we can every 2 weeks just rip one down real quick.
Don't get everybody's hopes up if you're not gonna do it, Chris.
Wow. Thanks.
I'm just kidding. Well, 2
No,
weeks, that's a lot.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
And you could theoretically do the alleys in this case too, right? Or is it too?
I think that's too big for that. I mean,
No.
there might not be some fences left, but.
Oh, I don't.
The cost and then the savings. I think that there's a lot of times where we look at the cost of something and then we don't.
Wow.
equate the
Wow.
size of the savings.
Wow.
What?
What?
Wow.
What? What?
Wow. Yeah, I know.
Let us discuss, Eric. Don't get all huffy.
Well,
So I'm just, the 25, isn't that what that one is for? And we'll still have a portion of it next year because we don't have a roller. But if it's more consistent, it would be fine.
Depending on the dirt, depending on how much dirt we have, can we use the fill dirt on that?
The ability to perform regular maintenance with our own equipment versus like overhaul once a year in the spring means that there's going to be reduced costs in like the amount of fill, and you see what I'm saying? It's just like regular vehicle maintenance. If you do it regularly, your overall costs are reduced. If you don't do anything until 120,000, you better be planning on something big for the mechanic when you go in. Yeah. So, we'd looked at a grader earlier this year too, and didn't have the funds planned at that point either. So
Is
there's
this
that.
I mean, obviously one budget amendment affects the rest of the trickle down, so is this gonna affect anything else for next year's budget and his, having to make up for it or something like that?
This is possible because last year you voted to actually have something for the first time in streets for replacement.
That was general.
The
10,000.
Yeah.
Go to CIP.
Yeah.
That's Canada General Fund.
There was some in.
Oh. Probably for different.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
maintenance. So we can keep going with repair every year and then until that builds into a replaceable or jump on it.
All right, so you get the grader and get it now, so you can go ahead and maintain it so that you don't have a once a year thing. Chairman Christensen. Is that what you wanted me to say? Okay, so if you get the grader, get it now, you can do that maintenance so that you're not doing a one-time thing when you're doing the chloride or whatever. The mag chloride, but you can do the maintenance so that you don't have that big deal in the spring. So you'll already be making money by not having to spend as much money the coming year if you buy the grader now and keep the maintenance done.
Correct.
But you need a roller.
What? But we do not have a roller.
But you do not have a roller.
So, and then you'd actually have to time it with the weather or piggyback with a water truck if it's too bad.
Is there somebody with experience in running a grader on staff?
Eric, can you run a grader?
He Because I'm pretty sure you just can't put anybody in a grader.
No, Eric has experience running that size grader, that size equipment.
So out of the $21,000 this year was built by Titan.
Yeah.
What portion of that is the rolling portion?
It's broken down.
So sewer, we're borrowing money from sewer. Why is there $30,000 sitting in sewer that's not allocated at this point?
It is allocated, but it wasn't used.
Okay,
So it's coming out of like an equipment fund.
it was allocated to equipment in sewer?
In sewer, but grader isn't
Yeah,
related to sewer.
okay,
So, but that money he did not spend and won't spend by the end of the fiscal year.
okay.
So he said he could, that's where we came up
All right.
with doing the loan.
Okay.
So it's 1,500 and 750 for rollers. And then the clay was 32 and 25. Because there's broken down day by day. Actually, plus 86. Clay mix.
But the roller was 750.
750 and 1,500. $150 an hour.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
By the damn thing.
Does he want to throw a roller in for that price?
Right.
All right, any?
This is John Way for the record. I move that we approve resolution 604-2024.
I second.
Discussion?
I mean, I think I'm good with it. I just.
Yeah, this is getting all out of order. All right, Corey.
Aye.
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 Okay. So the last one of these resolutions is a resolution to move money from wages in the library operations fund to facilitate the purchase and installation of a new fire alarm system. She's got it.
Okay. Do you want me to start from the start?
Start from the start. Okay.
We started, I think it's been over a year now, maybe 2 years. We started looking at a new fire panel. We're getting false alarms mostly during the summer and fall, but it's pretty random. So we started looking at a new fire panel, which led to getting quotes of rewiring the whole system. I'm not sure even I can explain this because I don't speak fire panel. But so if you get a new fire panel, it'll go off, but even the current fire panel does not talk correctly with all of the sensors right now. So if we get a false alarm, there may be something in the library, but there may not be. So at this time, if something goes off, we're not only guessing if we actually have an incident, but also depending on our friends and neighbors to make the call when they hear the alarm. So that's why we have explored getting a new system, and it was recommended to us that we go ahead and rewire the panel and the building. And the funds to pay for that are sitting in salary currently because we had trouble filling behind a position last, I don't know, it was Chris Sahlstrom. I don't have any date a year ago. Anyway, it was this fiscal year. We had trouble filling that position, so that money wasn't spent.
So will this new panel or new fire system, will alert you by phone?
So it will be monitored. It will be a company that monitors that. So the alarm they will monitor the alarm and contact the fire department.
Is that
And
the one that goes off? It's on the side of the building.
yes.
Okay. There's a really annoying one.
Yes. Yes. And then who is notified, can be programmed into that. And that's also, so in addition to spending this money, that will have to be factored in years forward, the monitoring cost.
And we looked at that. I had Officer Moore look at like the quote for the monitoring system, because we all kind of went, that's a lot to monitor, is what like our initial don't know kind of thought was. And Eric looked at it at some point too, and even in his, we paid to monitor to some degree, and everybody was like, it's pretty much standard. Like, we are in agreement that that's what it's going to take to have a system that is reliable to alert. Like, if our current system was hooked up and it even did have that ability, the number of false alarms is kept, there's a log kept at the county, and fire district, fire chiefs, fire, I can't remember who at the state level went to the state, but basically said you can fine if you get 3 alarms, false alarms. So it's probably good that's not hooked into that system.
So what is the maintenance, the yearly maintenance for it? Do you have any idea?
It's going to be about $2,000 a year, I think, which is ridiculous to me, but that's the going rate.
That's what we all thought, but it is.
Wait, maintenance or
Monitoring. Yeah, monitoring. And that includes the yearly checks as well.
Yes.
It's either yearly or twice a year, but I think it's yearly. Yeah. Bozeman, the local est company that I went with, pulled stakes and went to Wyoming. So they're all in Bozeman now that I can tell.
And we still have, it was in the claims, there's some smoke tests. I guess Eric has some previous experience with testing systems. But we're still going to go down and do a little bit of testing on Karen's Public Works and Officer Moore. We're going to go down in one evening when the library's not busy and coordinate and do a little bit of testing on it. But this was in case it's all pretty much confirmed that those systems aren't picking up and hooked into. Seems like there's a lot of history in this board working and not working is what.
Yeah. Just trust that all's well until it's not. That's what we've been doing.
What do you think?
I know.
Does the library have break-in alarm?
We do not. We do not. Maybe we should look at that. We do have something going in any day now. I don't know when. I actually bought a people counter and a camera at the same time. So that will be installed in short order with any luck.
What is the life frame of this, of a new, I mean, the wiring should be good and set for.
I don't know the answer to that. I'll ask. Yeah, I don't know. Anything else? Other questions?
Are you worried about the $2,000 in the budget for next year?
I always worry about our budget. Yeah. However, I think that because a lot of our maintenance costs, I really bulked up on maintenance costs last year. I think that will be available. Yeah.
Someone want to make a motion?
I move to approve to move money from wages to the library operations fund for facilities and purchase the installation of new fire alarm system.
I'll second that motion.
Operating fund, so it's going from the operating fund to facilities.
Correct.
From wages to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that corrected? You got that from
Yeah.
wages to, okay. So you're ready for the vote? You're up.
Aye.
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 All right, last one on the, it still didn't spell his name right, but, is the appointment of William Neal to the Ennis Planning Board. So, if you remember, Jennifer, resigned a little while back, I think about 4 months back. Yeah.
Longer ago than that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Neal has been attending a couple, he wasn't at the last one, but the one before that, he was there and had shown interest in serving on the town planning board. Here is his letter of interest.
Interest, yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that at the same time. I only appoint with approval of the council, so.
I make a motion to approve of William Neal to the Ennis Planning Board.
I second.
He's all on it. Discussion of.
He most likely has time to dedicate. Right?
He's retired.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
In
Yes.
yeah.
Correct. So he meets all the requirements.
Hired.
All right, any other discussion? Call on the vote then.
Aye.
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 All right, on to commission reports. Let's start with you, Mr. Abernathy.
Like we touched on earlier, this past Tuesday, we had our site plan review for Willie's Distillery. We had the planning board had a lot of questions and additional requests for additional information. So I saw Susie's email of some of that additional information that you received from Willie's that's been distributed to the planning board. So we left the meeting without any recommendation other than that we meet again on the 20th to discuss for further discussion and potentially final recommendation to the commission. So that's really well. The only thing else I have to add to that is the growth policy. The questionnaire came out in the paper. Many of you probably saw it. It was in the Madisonian. I think it's 2 weeks ago now. We're working on putting together a mail out that'll be directed to the residents based on the sewer and water
They're
addresses
all,
and stuff.
thanks to Brenna.
Oh,
Mark got him over to Brenna and Brenna stuffed him and is ready to go.
Thank you.
So you don't
We
have to have a
postage?
stuffing party.
You'll be signing the check tomorrow, so I can go get postage.
Okay, great. So, yeah, that's where we left off with the meeting was, okay, we can stuff the stuff down. Thank you very much for doing that.
And then
So-
it'll be up on PDF. As soon as I get a PDF version, it'll be on the website.
So I will send that to you.
Yeah.
The same version that went out.
And we're gonna put it on the main page, not under planning.
Okay.
Is there a way to do it to a Google Doc so it just feeds to a spreadsheet so you don't have to hand count the answers?
I think that's.
No.
No.
No, because there's some demographic information and stuff on there as well that we'll compile. It is kind of like we have to do it by hand. That's what we had thought about maybe posting it online for that very reason, so that we can collect that information. But we need to be able to retain those hard copies for just record keeping purposes.
So you want to tell them about the rest of that?
What, the study?
The 819?
Say that again?
The 819 funds?
What about those?
Okay. So remember way back when you voted to apply for HB 819, which was a special cycle grant through Department of Commerce. Is that correct?
I believe so.
I'm like stretching back here for a minute, to help with the growth policy. And we got confirmation that we did in fact get that grant. So the next step is to put together what is called an RFD. It is almost 10 o'clock, so at this point, my brain's melding on what RFD is. So basically that's our scope of our growth policy, and its specifics that we're going to ask for of a professional consultant and put that out. That requires a selection committee. So we have to form that. This is all new since Tuesday night, but so we would think that the RFD could be planning board or a combination of planning board and some part of the commission. And so we'll have to seek that. And they're working on the growth policy exactly to kind of help set that RFD scope.
Correct. So the RFD amount was 30,000 that we got. And so we want to use that as best we can. So then the next thing that the planning board will be doing is going through the previous growth policy and determining what we need to actually reach out to, a professional to help with some of the tables and the census information and so on that's going to go into the updated growth policy. So that's the next step that we'll be doing, is doing as much as we can to minimize the amount that we have to go outside for. That was it. I think that pretty much covered it.
I think that was the highlights.
Yeah.
I'm up.
You up?
Sweet. Yeah, the last month, unfortunately, I was out of town for like 2 of the 4 weeks, but I'm back, locked in now. Worked with the pickleballers. They've pretty much done the site plan, and we got to get that to our engineers to confirm that. But I worked with them on that in the last month. Going forward, I'm going to ask this again. Can we have all the department heads at our report, at least remotely for our meetings? Also, can we see like quarterly, budget numbers, where we are, how we're tracking? At least quarterly, can we see that stuff? The packets that we get for these meetings, is there any way that we could get those a little bit more than 24 to 48 hours ahead of time? There was a bunch of stuff thrown in there yesterday that I saw last night that I didn't see yesterday morning, and it would just make it just a touch easier some nights, some days, if we could get that, maybe a week out, would be super handy. Also, our town website's all jacked up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a better way to say it. It's just jacked up. And we need to fix that. I mean, that's our advertisement to the world right there. And that thing needs to be sharp. So I think we need to look at I'm sure we have a web, web person. I don't know if it's our IT person or not, but whoever that is, we got to fix this straight away.
I get emails from Kate at Unibit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She
I mean,
wants to fix
is that who we have contracted to?
No.
I have no idea, but I get emails from her.
Okay. Then who's doing that? Who's like upkeeping that?
Just updates and stuff, I mean, John puts those on.
But there's
Uh-huh.
still, there's nothing on the
But
calendar.
they're just updates, it's not like
Yeah.
managing.
Okay. And who built that site for us?
It changed.
Oh my gosh, John, I'd have to look back in archives, because it was like Rand Magic or.
But it's fairly new.
Yeah.
It's like new in the last year.
No.
The formatting.
The formatting,
Yeah,
yeah.
formatting
Yeah.
it is. It's been in the.
Well,
last
something
one.
happened on the back end of this
Mhm.
and I can't speak to.
So we've all,
intelligently about it.
Yeah.
website, gotcha.
And then also, when I was looking on our website the other day, trying to find some of these budget numbers and stuff, I noticed there was a boil order thing for my house last week. Is there a way we can get that out to people? I didn't even know. I'm like, well, I guess I shouldn't have been drinking the water.
When you go on the website, on the homepage, sign up for notices. And get an email.
And you get an email instantly when something comes out.
As soon as they go out.
Can we push that out to everybody?
It's there. Yeah, it's there. It's really nice. It's all there.
Ooh,
I
You
get
can,
emails all the time.
you can do the text if you do an authorization form. And we can look at that long term
Yeah.
as like we'd have to do like a promotion on our like utility billing or find the form where you can sign up for the text thing. Like the county has to sign up for Code Red, but you have to actually sign up for it. It's not something that you can they can just send out to anybody and everybody. So we can look at that and then
Yeah, I just
I
had no idea.
can't remember how much it is a text,
Totally.
email, but
I think we could
send
do
it that.
we can do a better job at informing our folks on that. And I don't know what the answer is, and I'm happy to help find it and work towards it. But yeah, I think we can do a better job there. That's all I got.
MSU local government, they used to have a program that they would help with websites for towns, municipalities specifically.
What it takes to
Okay, some of my commissioner comments have already been brought up tonight, but I'm going to just read what I have here. These last few months, I've been working on the attorney contract. After meeting with the mayor last week, I was incredibly frustrated and informed that the attorney's contract had expired. Because there is no signed dated copy from April of 2022. It seems quite logical and intuitive that any reasonably intelligent attorney would insist on having a signed and dated renewal of their contract. I know that sounds harsh, but that is word for word what he wrote to me, that attorney wrote to me in an email that was not authorized by the mayor, that I requested to be put in the packet and was not taken up on. I asked the mayor if she authorized this letter to be sent to me, and to which she replied no. I have asked that the letter be added to the June meeting packet under public record and was assured it would be. For the record, this letter has not been included in the packet this month. It needs to be known that this is how your elected officials are being treated and berating for voicing concerns and or not complying with what seems to be the people in charge of the town. The truth is that it really doesn't matter what the council requests or tries to accomplish. This town is run as a dictatorship. If the person in charge of legal representation of the town has caused division and conflict in almost all the areas of concern to date, who can the council rely on for clarification and legality of issues? All 5 commissioners have addressed the mayor about what they have seen as conflict. Why are there 5 council members when the taking comments, feedbacks, or suggestion from these committees? I have requested items to be put on the agenda that have been blatantly ignored. I have been in contact with Ed Guza, an attorney that currently represents 4 other municipalities and is interested in representing Ennis. He has helped draft a contract and provided an option for a prosecutor, and as we have a city court, we require such. The mayor informed me that we can't afford to proceed with the new prosecutor, but can continue to have Greenbaum service the town in this department. I have voiced my concern about keeping him under contract and was apparently one of the only commissioners that held firm that he is not the right fit for the town. If the council approves the budget, wouldn't it be up to them to decide if the town can afford a different representation or not? The communication here is terrible. It's like mind-blowingly frustrating. I almost quit last week. Terrible. And it's not all on us either. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me. Yes, and then during unscheduled matters, I will do that from now on. Yeah, this is not how towns are supposed to work.
Okay. Commissioner Palmacek.
Well, I did meet with the mayor last week to go over the attorney contracts. I presented them to you today. Like I said, we will be having a Madison Valley History Association meeting on Saturday. Come have hot dogs, guys. And other than that, I don't have anything else to pass. I'm tired.
So I'll have a resort tax brochure for everyone's approval coming up here, hopefully before our next meeting. Be working with Karen on that, and I will be in the paper next week doing an interview on resort tax as well. And I planted 7 trees for Habitat for Humanity. For the tree board, whatever. So.
Not all you did. All right. So currently working towards budget items. The first thing I found out that has to drastically change from last year is the floodplain regulations are out of date. They have to be updated. So I've been in contact with Great West, and they have gotten me numbers for that portion. Other than I haven't nailed down, read through the books floodplain regulations. So if we have to hold public hearings, it's going to have to adjust from there as well. The next thing that is almost ready is the on-call contract with Great West. It has, we can either extend or write a whole new contract. And then traditionally they are extended by a year or 2 years. So I don't know if there's a preference for a year or 2 year on-call planning. So I can have that contract ready for you for next month. And then concerns, citizen complaints. A lot of what I'm getting right now is not administrative. It's things that need to be fixed in town code. I passed the last one along to you. And I'm also thinking I don't know if we connect with the school or what, but I think there's a long time between high school and now in how local government works and how those roles are broken down into the 3 branches. And maybe if we did even outreach there, it would create a more seamed, cohesive understanding. I don't think I knew anything about zoning when I was in high school, and I can tell you these high school kids know more about it than I think probably most of the adults in town. It's interesting. So spoke with Mayor Gatewood over in Virginia City. You may have seen our letter in for local government review that did pass, along with Virginia City Twins and the counties. The numbers were about the same statewide as before. let me see, where else was there? So the other thing that's spread the word for now is the 4th of July parade route has changed. Did everybody hear it? So we're, again, always pushing the line for whether or not we get to host the parade because of closing US 287. So we may only have it closed for 1 hour. Officer Moore redid the incident action plan for the event. It's been sent to Joe Brummel. So all those arrangements are in line. The chamber's got pretty much all of its stuff in, but they're asking. The chamber's got a posting. We posted on the town website and on Facebook to really remind everybody to clear the streets as soon as it's done, because we jeopardized not getting to have the parade. So if everybody can just we've changed the route. There's a map of it at the front desk now. So if everybody can share it, so it's not as concentrated downtown, the idea that we can disperse people a little bit quicker to get that route open so that we're not in violation of the DOT. I'd hate for Ennis to not get to have our annual 4th of July parade. So spread the word.
Do you think we'd be able to disperse more quickly if there was no overnight parking on July 3rd?
I think, I actually don't know.
I think you would actually disperse quicker if you actually came down Main Street and then you turned down 3rd Street, went up Hugel Street and made a complete loop. Because it just, everybody disperses at the end and there's no cohesion, and you would actually get the parade people back up to where they started.
And I think why so many people stay down at that end. So last year was the first year I'd ever been at that end because I helped with traffic down there. I always sit at the senior center, see it, and then I'm on my way before it even ends. But I think so many people are attracted to that area is one of the reasons is because of the announcing. Because you don't hear any, and I feel like that just pulls people down there. But I will say, where you turn beside the mortuary, that is a horrible, you have to have the right people down there doing traffic, because that is it's a dangerous. And people just go wherever they want to go. You can't have your high schoolers down there doing traffic in the end. You have to have aggressive, assertive adults that keep people out of the way.
It almost needs to be taped off, or is it already, or no?
I mean, they put the
Isn't that
cones
the
up, but
exit?
everybody just comes and moves the cones. I mean,
Yeah, and it's tricky down on that end, because it's not really a designated road.
Yeah.
So it bottlenecks.
But I think it's always going to be that everybody wants to, there's a different, feeling when you're downtown in it. So, but any of the businesses want to grab the map so that people know ahead of time you can move up here. So maybe like where my business is this year, I'm not part of the route, it's cutting. So everybody knowing ahead of time so that maybe those of us that don't want to hang out in the deep, deep dark of it can all move up here so that it's quicker to disperse. Yeah, and there's that.
Well, no, I do too. I'm just kidding. I'm a big offender too, but I think it's not only, because it used to just be the night of the 3rd, or the night of the. It's like the first now. There's something like this, and that's where it is. I think even on the 3rd would be totally fine, but it goes for almost a week ahead of time. I know, but there are people that, they're 2 years when they're allowed.
All right, we could have if we're gonna have 4th of July discussions and make things better, I think you schedule it for like January.
There has to be a few perks for being a local. I've heard a big fan down there. I mean, just in our spot. I'm not saying that.
All right, so, but yeah, the 4th of July routes changed, if you can help get the information out, it would be very helpful. Or we could just not have it if we keep violating it. There's always that possibility. Back to we did get the 819. That was in planning board. CDBG that we were assisting the hospital with did not go through. Tanya and I have a meeting next week to go over what went well and what didn't with that. And then the next piece was, I guess, a follow-up on Susie's report where she said there was multiple properties that weren't annexed into town. One of those properties in question is actually Lot A or Block A. I don't know how it's written. Block A and Block B of our lagoon. Of the lagoon. So that's currently down at the title company for some clarification. And then after that, once that's clarified, we'll have resolution to annex our own the town of Ennis property into the town. So that's one of those.
Why is the dump classified as town of Ennis?
Because the town of Ennis owns the dump.
The disposal site?
Yep.
Yeah.
Even though it's county, technically county?
The county, there's an agreement in there for a lease for $1 a year.
$1, yeah.
That'd be a really great spot for a community.
That has never been paid.
There's a dog park out there.
Yeah, the dog
I know, we're
park and the
out,
community
I don't know how many dollars since 1972.
Right, but the parking would be great.
So that is on the, have to close the loop to finish up all of Susie's hard work, and then all of that will be finalized since Susie took the file that had been passed around from person to person to person and finally sat down with the county and got it to this stage. We'll finish up that stage and make sure that a resolution of annexation, once we have where it's actually in our name clarified. Yeah, we're not quite sure what we need. So that's the highlights. I'll pass you on the other 4th of July. People aren't happy as per the norm. Fireworks don't make anybody happy. And I don't know what the right answer there is. So there was that complaint. Jake breaks was another complaint, which I don't think anywhere in town code we can regulate US 287 from my research.
Except for speeding.
But
Yeah, roll into towns all the time.
they say it, but if they fight it, there's that. Everything I found, any place that it actually was fought, that the municipality lost. So I don't know. I get to hear I'm front row for it. I really, really love it. But I also totally understand because it was a neighbor that was not happy about it. I hear it too, but I have yet to find anything. So if any of you find anything anyway, I think those were the majority of those. And then the regular stuff. I did miss multiple things on this packet. It looks like the April minutes were also supposed to be on this agenda, that you tabled them at the last. So that was also not included in this packet. Ms. Hankins did send me a letter that was supposed to be in this packet. When I reviewed the packet, and then I can't remember, it was Tuesday afternoon, and saw that it wasn't in there. I did say it was going to be, then I ran out for the planning board and totally missed putting it in on the deadline for public notification. So I owe Miss Hankins a sincere apology, which I sent to her an email also today. But for the record, Miss Hankins, I am very sorry that your letter didn't make it. And it is, like I said, relevant for the discussion for legal, and it will be in for the 27th, so that its contents are weighed in on decision. So April will also be on July, now that I've realized that that was also not there. And there was one other thing. That was the headwaters. I received a voicemail Tuesday for that one. That's the highlights.
Is it standard not to have any report on the accident with our chief of police? To know nothing about it?
For a report, so the crash report itself is by MHP. The report cannot be shared. The policy itself of the town was followed. That's pretty much the highlights of it. To say most of these meetings are supposed to be legislative and then executives. And if there's policy changes that they want to see, we can sure work on those and execute them. But as to that,
Is there proof the policy was followed?
that
Is available to them?
none of them have asked for any, so I can provide, but
Nobody asked about the accident?
not for a report on the accident. And then there's also a fine line in 2.04 A and B, mostly B, as to inquiry and investigation. And I asked Dan Clark about it, and he read me the charter because he had his charter, and then he told me to go to the administrative section of the town code as well. And 2.04B says basically, it's not all that exciting, but it kind of goes to A. Neither the commission nor any of its members may dictate the appointment or removal of employees whom the mayor and his or her subordinates are empowered to appoint. And except for the purpose of inquiry or investigation under this charter or city ordinance, the commission or its members shall deal with city employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the mayor solely through the mayor. So the key to that was that Dan pointed out to me is except through city ordinance. And then I went into administration to see if I'd missed something there. And there is no ordinance that outlines how the town would do that.
So there needs to be, so that's not a charter amendment, it would be an ordinance.
Yeah, because it says that except for, and it does define that it has an ability in a section, but it does not define. One of the probably 800 missing things or adapted things that need to happen in this book.
So if it's sued and there's a lawsuit, we would find out about it after it transpired.
There's no.
If anyone, there's a person injured in that, if there's a lawsuit against the city or police officer, would there be some conversation about it? Would there be before the commission?
That would be not before the commission. Not in.
So they wouldn't know about it.
Not in a open. You could have an executive session, a closed session, depending on the material itself. But again, there's no. So, and we've had claims before, insurance claims that we not done that way. So that is that in a nutshell, and that's what I found. Was not sure to handle this situation, then went to that, said, looks like that's another list on the legislative body's could-do list. Along with, there's been new court cases about social media policies, and those have gone through court hearings. So there's actually new precedent set on that. So I think that probably needs updated drastically after reviewing those court cases. We're still in the ADUs need addressed. There's the zoning frustrations, especially from like members of the planning board. I think anybody that's ever worked in zoning with this zone code has lots of frustrations, to say the least. The simplest place to take action at this point, in my mind, and that's up to you as the legislative body, is to at least fix the inconsistencies. There's no real definition for when something is a major site plan review. There's quite a few places that could, with a little bit of work, could be fixed to at least be consistent. And then there's a whole overhaul that at some point has to happen.
There's a draft proposed zoning that was worked on in 2019. Great West Engineering has it. With the criteria for events and a community, with community input. That addresses all of those issues.
There's a copy up on the ledge too.
That been provided to the planning board members?
No,
No,
not at this point.
I just, whatever's current. We just have whatever's current.
No, there's a proposal.
I haven't seen it.
All right. So on to unscheduled matters.
I move that we add to the agenda for the next meeting, which doesn't have to be necessarily July, it can be next on the 27th. I would like to add appoint a committee for the school resource officer committee or some stupid contract because we need to get moving on that. And I don't know how legal it is, but I think we should maybe look into drafting an ordinance. I don't know if we can draft an ordinance that requires all department heads to be at meetings, because that's all we're allowed to do is I mean, we bring
That's
it up.
not strong enough.
We bring it up every meeting. And
Would you like to stay with your first motion and maybe handle things one at a time if you're going to go through?
Let's not flush even, let's get them right.
All right. Then I just want the school resource officer on the agenda to form a committee appointed to that before it's too far expired.
I second that.
All right, discussion? Okay, calling it on Nikki, I think we're at you.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, for June 27th, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else on unscheduled? Next? You can keep going,
You can keep going.
but you can't do them all in one motion.
Yeah.
I probably
Oh.
wouldn't, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know if I need to make a motion to us looking into creating ordinance to make all department heads. I mean, all the other department heads do show up to the meetings. So as a commissioner, we are allowed to draft legislation. So maybe this would be a way that we could get this accomplished.
You are also in charge of like policy review. So you may make changes there. Like we could re-review.
I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be re-reviewed.
So there's maybe look into options on where, if you chose that
fine, but still, 5 commissioners have asked and it doesn't happen. So something needs to happen to make it.
Nikki, I'm sorry, I didn't capture that. What is your motion?
Nothing, Maria. Absolutely nothing.
You want to motion about your IT?
Was,
For that to be on the agenda?
was it? I don't think we can. I don't think we can. No, I'm sick of attitudes. I'm just not gonna say anything. I'm done. I moved to adjourn. I don't know if we can do that, but.
You actually need an ordinance, or couldn't the supervisor of the department head require them to be at the meeting?
We've requested that.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, could,
Or it could be an adoption of a policy.
oh, because it's not there now, these other department heads just decide to show up.
When requested, yeah, they did. It was
Every
every
meeting.
incorporated.
That's respectful.
Respect the wishes of the
To each and every single one of you. It's not funny.
All right.
That's all I got.
She also moved to adjourn.
I second.
And we are at Mr. Way? No, we're at
The blatant disrespect.
Corey.
You've asked.
There was a move to adjourn. Thank you. Brandy.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
I'm tired.
Are you tired?
Welcome to our first meeting.
It's all right.
There. I can't think, they're not all this long.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Not sure where that one goes.
Thanks, Ginger. Did I scare you? It's Alex. Yeah, it's still going. I didn't realize it. I left it in my room charging and then my opening presents for my kids and I saw it still on. What was that? I could barely hear you.
I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Ginger, you have a good night.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Was that not?